Hello, Internet. It's me, your pal Todd. And if you have paid any attention to runZero in the last year, you will notice that we may be very familiar to you. We are the runZero Hour team, and you might have thought that you are watching runZero Hour, but you'd be wrong. Today is a whole day, several hours of runZero Hour is happening right now. We're live across the street from Moscone Center here in San Francisco, and we're gonna be doing this all day. Hi, Rob.
Hi, Todd. How are you?
I am great. We have so much signed up for this here. We're going to be talking to many of the movers and shakers in cybersecurity. They're going to be filing in. I think we have, what do we have? I think like 17 total guests.
It's quite a lot. Yeah, it's huge.
So yes, runZero Hour, 1 guest. runZero Day, 17. Strap in.
Yep.
So if you're watching us on YouTube or directly on runZero, you are welcome to hang out all day. I unfortunately, unlike runZero Hour, I have no access to chat. So we won't have any chat, so boo, but that's okay. Maybe next year we can have like a little chat on the side. If you are watching this on LinkedIn, then be warned, in the middle of the day, we have to switch from one feed to another. You will know when that happens because it'll be Rob actually on point, and he's going to be talking to Patrick Gillespie at Guide Point. That'll be the last episode. That'll be the last chunk for the morning stream for LinkedIn. And then the afternoon will start like 5 minutes later, but you will have to like re-navigate. So it should be easy and obvious if you're on LinkedIn. YouTube people, you don't have to do anything. runZero people, you don't have to do anything.
Yep.
So with that housekeeping business out of the way, Rob, you came in, yesterday?
Yes, 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
I've been here forever. We were at B-Sides, San Francisco. We had a delightful table right by the bar, just like last year. It was B-Sides the musical, and I'm very sad that you had to miss it.
I know. I'm a huge musical theater nerd. I wish I'd been there. So how was B-Sides?
B-Sides was great.
Yeah.
B-Sides was really good. I always have a good time at B-Sides. Interesting fact, on one of the keynotes, they said that B-Sides San Francisco is the 3rd largest B-Sides.
Okay.
I have no idea what number 2 is.
That's an excellent point, yeah.
Because, B-Sides Vegas is big. It's the original one. And then... question mark, and then B-Sides San Francisco, I guess. Maybe London would be like,
I would guess London, New York, Paris, Munich. Everybody talk about pop music now.
Everyone talk about pop security. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If you know, write in. Let me know. At me. I'm not going to see it, though. But B-Sides was really great. I would say the high point for me, kind of by a lot, was Katie Mazuris's keynote on day 2. As mentioned, it was B-Sides the musical. It was musical themed. As far as I know, Katie's the only one who actually sang.
Really?
In her keynote. It was incredible.
Beautiful.
It was mostly a cautionary tale about relying too much on AI, to the tune of the King George song in Hamilton.
Oh, I mean, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
I believe it was entitled You'll Adapt. And it was incredible. I am waiting for the day that B-Sides releases that in particular. Instant fan favorite, instant classic, as they say.
Much like Hamilton.
That was great. But yeah, like B-Sides is always wonderful, right? Like they have a preference for people who have never spoken, like their first major conference speaking, right? And B-Side, all of the B-Sides kind of lean that way. But B-Side San Francisco, I think especially kind of leans into that. It is nearly impossible for me to get accepted at B-Sides.
Which is great.
Which is fine. Which is totally fine, right? But it's really good. I had a good time. I was doing a little bit of mentoring with a couple speakers while I was there, and I would say that all in all, if you can make it, and it's so cheap compared to like if you live in California, right? It is a no-brainer. Like come to B-Sides next year. If you are coming to Vegas for summer camp, which we'll be at as well, B-Sides Las Vegas is like it has the best hallway con, I think,
it does.
of
really
any
does.
of them because it's small enough. I think it's in the Tuscany forever in Vegas. So, but we'll be out there too. But that is all I have to say about that. RSA stuff.
RSA.
So, I'm sorry. It's RSAC now.
Yes, RSAC.
It is the RSAC conference,
Yes.
which is incredibly painful for my little brain. It's like saying ATM machine.
It's a pleonasm.
Yeah, it's a what?
A pleonasm. That's what.
A pleonasm?
Yeah, it's called pleonasm.
Today I learned.
So there you go.
Yeah. So RSAC. Little bit weird this year. Usually in most years, except for like I think 2021, I often find myself like having to elbow my way through crowds in front of Moscone Center on the sidewalk. Not so much this year, so I'm not super sure. Like I'll be very interested to know like what the turnout was. RSAC is always larger than life.
Oh yeah.
This is not to say RSAC is lame and dead. It definitely is not. But it does seem like at least the street traffic is thinner. And honestly, it may be because there are more stuff like this, right? Like things that are not in Moscone Center proper. I've noticed that there's lots of events kind of spreading out further and further out into the city, which is great because I love San Francisco.
San Francisco, beautiful city.
I grew up out here, so it's always great to come back. Often I use it as a boondoggle on my boss's expense report to go visit with my high school friends. And oh my God, Rob. We are both we're staying in different beds and breakfasts.
Yes.
Describe your bed.
My bed and breakfast is, it's really pleasant. It's this lovely old converted home from the, I don't know, when were all the lovely
century.
terraced houses built, in San Francisco. And it's huge. I've got like a bedroom and a bathroom and a hallway. It's like a little apartment. And I'm really hoping to see some sort of ghost or something because I mean it's like it's that age of building.
Almost definitely haunted.
Yeah.
Ditto. Different bed and breakfast up in Pacific Heights. And pro tip: if you're traveling to come to San Francisco, stay in the city. You get to experience the city. It's a real city. This is I think the thing that for me at least sets RSAC apart from Black Hat, whereas like Vegas is real and people live there, and of course they're all important, special individuals. But like San Francisco, if you care to make it this your experience, you can really like immerse yourself in the city.
Yes.
And so it's great, especially if you don't live in California.
Right.
And you, like take advantage, right?
Yeah.
The city is beautiful. The weather is perfect.
The weather is
time.
always perfect. There's a reason why people want to live here. The weather is fantastic, literally all the time.
Well, hey, we are going to be talking to so many people today. Next up is going to be Jerry Gamblin from Rogo Labs. We're gonna talk about CVE nonsense. But we've got so many people, right? We've got Jay Jacobs. I've got in the afternoon we have Patrick Garrity, and perhaps a special guest. You'll have to wait and see. to talk about like exploitation and end of life on like the edge of the network. Many of our Decibel friends will be here today. Super hacker, HC Moore among them.
I met that guy.
I have met that guy as well. We have a bunch of journalists coming, so like InfoSec journalists. My friend, my very old friend, he's not old. The friendship is old. My very old friend, Steve Reagan, is going to be on there. We're going to be talking to Joe Mann about his book. It is a cavalcade of stars.
It really is. It really is.
So with that, I think I'm going to vamp just a little bit more and then close out. All right.
RunZero
I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
So.
And welcome back. Hello, it's me, your pal from the internet, Todd. We are here again for runZero Day. Don't worry, we'll be here all day. And I am joined by my friend, Jerry Gamblin, right over here from Rogo Labs. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, it's nice to meet you.
Meet?
It's nice to see you again from breakfast.
Yes.
So before we get started, I have my ADHD is kicking in, and I have to say that B-Sides Perth
Thank you.
is the largest B-Sides in the world with 3,600 attendees.
This is shocking to me.
I think I'm going to try.
Very far away from everything.
Try to go. Yep.
Okay.
I think half the reason is because it is far away from everything, and their tickets are only 100 Australian dollars.
What?
Dollar bucks, I think I'm supposed to say, according to Bluey.
Okay.
Yep.
That is, hey, so I've already learned something. This whole thing is now worth it, right? So, to edit the last segment, number 1, Perth, number 2, Vegas, number 3, San Francisco. And that is why San Francisco is third. Incredible. But we're not here to talk about B-side statistics. We're talking about other statistics, I think, and that is issues of CVE quality. I believe the title is a CVE quagmire, quality versus quantity. You, Jerry, have done so much amazing work in this space, and I use CVE ICU all the time. I used it just the other day with the graph of like who's the most prolific CNA. But tell me about CVE ICU. And then we'll get into like why you do it and why you're such a weirdo about this stuff.
CVE.ICU is just a data aggregator of all the data in the CVE program. How many are published today? Who's using what CVSS score? When are they getting applied? Who's the leading CNA? What EPSS scores are showing up where? Are people filling in CWEs and CPEs? Are they putting in the CWEs that they're supposed to? Or are they using non-regular CWEs, right? So it's really part counting, part data correlation, part data monitoring tool. And
you have tons of graphs on there.
Yeah, tons of graphs. It's not all vibe coded. It started out.
It's not all vibe coded.
It's not all vibe coded. It started out in the day just being Jupyter notebooks that I would run personally to pull all this data. And then I'm like, let's just throw these on a website. And then it was a Jupyter book. And then Claude 4.2 came out, and it was easy to say, hey, turn this into a professional-looking website and make it awesome. And and I did it in, a weekend for $37 worth of tokens. So it was worth it because I'm not a developer, and I'd always thought about going to a web developer to get it updated. But I lean heavily into AI when I can. Right? I'm not scared of it.
You're not scared of it. Okay.
Not scared of AI.
We will have plenty of opportunity to talk about AI throughout the day. I'm happy to talk to you about it as well. One of the things that came up, so we had a panel yesterday. Not we had a panel. Unfortunately, you were not on it.
Can't be on everything.
Yeah, exactly. There was a CVE panel yesterday, and the topic of AI comes up, right? We are currently dealing with like the tsunami of new CVE reports, even before like the kind of stats that you're gathering on the outputs, right? The funnel has gotten incredibly wide. And the outputs have come up, but like, the graphs, boy, it'd be cool if we had like, anyway, the graphs look like this, right? Like funnel comes up here and then the output is coming up. Both are up and to the right. And how we do this, like, I don't know how we do it, right? Because like the CVE program has intentionally is very like a human checks, right? For everything. You remember the days where we had cans, right? CVE candidates. And so and there was a meeting like once a week, and it's like, hey, here are the 20 new vulnerabilities this week. Those days are long gone.
163 a day as of today, right?
As of today, okay. That sounds like a lot.
But it's not a ton, and I always push back when people start talking about an AI tsunami or an AI wave, right? Like, so my early career was spent around the bug bounty industry, and what was different about that and AI is much better at actually finding issues that are real, that might be low, but if you were on a bug bounty program on either side of it, you would just get pure cutouts from whatever the tool of the day was, right? With no verification that said, hey, I ran this cross-site scripting scanner against your site, and it said, here are all your vulnerabilities. Give me $50, right? Like, with nobody checking. I would say that AI is better at checking vulnerabilities and putting in real vulnerabilities.
Right.
I do not really see the AI slop that people talk about, right? I think we were here yesterday and we were talking about it. I think that we kind of think human slop never existed, right? Like everybody on the floor talking about how we can fix your AI slop in your AppSec. I'm like, are you guys the same people who didn't fix the human slop for the last 30 years, right?
Like, that's right. Yeah. Yesterday we were talking with Carolyn Wong, who wrote the AI security handbook, and yeah, you had brought up that it's like, hey, like we're real good at writing our own bugs. We don't really like. Why are we so hard on machines when the machines write the same bugs we write? Yep. And it's an interesting point. I've been thinking about that, and I do think that like part of it is the relationship we have with machines and computers and computer generated code, right? Like we have this like much higher expectation of perfection, right? Like for these things, right? It's very much like I would be very angry at a robot that was a bad mechanic. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because it's human nature, it's our morality, right? Like, it's okay to be mad at Claude 4.6 for doing something stupid.
Yes, because it has no feelings.
It's a little harder to be mad at Jerry, who you want to go to lunch with afterwards, right? Because he did something wrong or slow or whatever, right?
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
That Jerry guy.
Yeah. No good anywhere,
So we're in this zone, right, where 163 a day, which is a lot for CVE. Yep. But it's not a lot for like a general data feed, right?
Under 400,000 still records total, right? Yep. Tiny data compared to everything else, right?
So are the people who are like clutching their pearls about CVE, are they just being big babies about it, or is there something else going on in there?
I think that it's used as a scare tactic to sell more software, to be honest. Like, oh no, 163, right? Like, you just say, okay, can you tell me how many of those were WordPress? And they're going to tell you, if they're being honest, they're going to say 90, right?
Right.
All right, so 90. Okay. Can you tell me how many of those were from one of the big five? Microsoft, Cisco, Palo Alto, Oracle, Apple, right? Like, if you just look at those, like if you just kind of take out FANG vulnerabilities, you get down to about 4 a day, right? Which isn't terrible for...
Well, where does Linux kernel live in there, right?
Yeah, so the Linux kernel is different, and we can jump into that. They have some thoughts on...
We can put a pin in that one.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that one. I don't count the Linux kernel because they don't provide any data that allows easy mapping back to an operating system that is running today.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. And that's
by design.
By their design, which might be a misuse of the CVE program, but that's for a deeper dive we could get into, and I'd love to chat about.
Okay. So if we're looking at FANG, giant tech company style, 4-ish a day in general. Microsoft and Oracle, of course, are lumped up into one day. Yeah. Oracle has their schedule of every 3 months. They will release hundreds and hundreds. Yep. Microsoft has their schedule of once a month. They will release often about 100, I think.
Yeah, that's
Are they still hitting it?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't counted lately, but I see the graph. So.
And then you get a ZDI dump every 6 months that is about 100, 150.
Right. And those are all... ZDI doesn't bother with bugs that are, no targets or, low bar software, basically. Exactly. So it tends to be good software.
I definitely watch those releases,
ZDI is a great place to watch. Keep an eye out, vulnerability people. keep an eye out, vulnerability people. I'm getting used to my multi-cameras. We never do this in runZero hour. This is so much nicer.
Yes, it is.
Julie, can we do this every month for runZero? I'm getting a thumbs up. Every month we're going to have an incredibly expensive production crew.
Those come to my house.
We can just
sit up in the garage.
2 remotes, it'll be great.
Try not to have,
So with the Linux kernel, there was a little bit of a mail thread somewhat recently. Shall we recap? Or
I mean, it started on the board. It started out right. Linux was like, we don't want CVSS scores on our CVEs.
That's right.
Please stop doing that.
They opened a bug on vulnRichment.
Yeah.
And vulnRichment is near and dear to my heart because it was one of the open source things I did when I was at CISA. Was I helped launch that thing, and the whole idea with vulnRichment was, okay, we really want vendors of software, researchers who are publishing CVEs to provide CWE metrics, CVSS metrics. These are common weaknesses in enumerations, common vulnerability scoring systems stuff, and let's say CPE. We can get into that a little bit later. And so we really want people to do that. And I think you would agree, right?
Yes, for sure.
We want people to do that. And in the case that they don't, CISA, the vulnerability management team there, will swoop in and say okay, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to do it for you, which is a charitable thing to do, I would think. It's not as good as when it comes from the vendor, it comes from the researcher, right? Yeah. But it is fine. It is fine. And so Linux came in, and somebody from the Linux kernel came in. The body of Linux came in. Linus Torvalds came in. No, it
told us directly.
Yeah, it wasn't Linus. The Linux kernel, somebody from the Linux kernel CVE team came in and said, hey, can you knock this off?
Yeah.
Why did they say that? Or, you know what, we don't have to put words in their mouth, but
it's on there.
What's the argument?
Go read
right?
that. Theirs is that their vulnerabilities are overarching vulnerabilities in the kernel code itself and do not apply directly to end user or deployed solutions, which is great. But if you read it by the letter of the law, they just talk themselves out of being able to publish CVEs correctly, right? Because it's not on a product. If you say that this isn't on a product, but it's on something nebulous, a level above a product, it doesn't get a CVE. Because the alternative option is, I started talking about this, is that then you need sub-CVEs, right? If you're telling me that this kernel bug is in my router, my thermostat, I need to tell people what the CVSS score is for that. I need a way to let them know. I need to cut a brand new CVE ID for this so that they can match it to the stuff running on their network.
And so why the double duty?
Why the double duty? I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's a good thing, but I don't think anybody, I don't think runZero, I don't think any other scanner is pinning those Linux kernel CVEs now directly to deployed software.
No, we have, and yes, you're right. Thank you for mentioning the name of the company, which I think is the first time now on runZero, other than runZero Day, that anyone has said runZero. Yep. Thank you. We have generally no mechanism. Every once in a while, we'll have a trick or something. We can say that it's a particular Linux kernel.
Yep.
But when you're doing a remote scan without auth, without any agent, it's very difficult to pin it down, dial it in that hard, right? To the level of a CVE, to the level of CVEs that the Linux kernel itself is producing, right?
Yep.
I'll push back a little bit, but I like where you're going with this, right? Where are you saying that because the Linux kernel is so ephemeral, you can't reasonably describe any vulnerability in it?
No,
because it's one of a million, right?
Yeah.
Of components.
I think they're describing a vulnerability in the core software, but then the Linux kernel is so open. People ship it, they rip stuff out, they slim it down. So there's no way to say just because this kernel vulnerability exists in the master branch that it's what I shipped on my IoT device that I had to strip down to make it fit under the in the memory, running memory. I really just think it's how do people, at the end of the day, a vulnerability is no good unless I can take the CVE ID and literally point to something and say, that's what's running it. I need to fix it on that. And I know sometimes that is in a cloud that I've never seen in a data center. But if you're just saying, hey, this is a CVE ID and it's for a vulnerability, but we're not going to tell you it's running on anything, then it's really not an actionable insight for
But isn't
anyone.
that like the purpose of CVE, right? Is I'm able to say like, oh, I have this bug in the Linux kernel, and I can point to it. I can point to a diff. I can point to a patch. I can point to all this stuff. I can describe it, and I do like how Linux kernel describes their CVEs. Every time I hear a complaint that's like, oh, they're producing too much, like I go look at whatever the latest one is, and like, yep, still looks like a security bug. But are you saying that because we lack that context, right?
Yep.
On something as atomic as the Linux kernel, which itself is like zillions of lines of code. I don't know how many lines of code it actually is. That it becomes an almost a meaningless. Is it meaning? Are CVEs themselves meaningless?
No, CVEs themselves aren't meaningless. I think that, and
on the Linux kernel.
I think that they're an interesting database of flaws in the Linux kernel. I don't. And just reading what they wrote in that PR about not getting CVSS and CWEs, they actually set themselves to a level above what a normal CVE is, right?
They do, right?
Yeah.
And so and that's the part that like is interesting to me, because I don't think CVSS, Common Vulnerability Scoring System, is particularly useful for not just the Linux kernel, but like a device driver, a shared library code, an XML parser, a Perl interpreter. Like I think these are classes of software that CVSS is not built for. And I know the CVSS people are gonna at me, and that's fine. We can talk about that.
I think that they would agree, right?
Really?
Because you can't. Because if you just say this is an inferior bug, right? Like they're gonna have a hard time. Like if you say I don't know where this is running, you can't put if it's a network bug or a local bug or how the access works, right? Like I think it's hard. Like I think that Art and those guys did a good job of trying to put CVSS scores on there. I just don't think that. I agree with them that they don't fit. I agree that we have to come up with another method. And I think the two ways are you either start cutting what I call sub-CVEs off of those CVEs, which are against CNA rules, right? You can't do that because you can't have more than one CVE for...
Yeah. So a component that has a CVE is included in foo software. Foo software does not get its own CVE because of that.
Yeah,
right?
Or Log4j would have had
millions.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the way they kind of positioned their thinking in that, is that this isn't on software, right? Like it has to be there. So the other thing is when we get into is the ADP, supplier ADP. Is what was pushed back on that thread was, oh, this is what supplier ADP is for, and then that gets into a whole different thing, because then you're in a live metadata situation, right? Like, if you take one CVE for a Linux kernel and then you expect everybody who runs that to come back and have write access to that record in their own ADP container.
And ADP is authorized data publisher? Or
publisher, producer, provider. I did not make up the. Sorry, it's one of those. Say in the TLA, don't know what it means.
Right.
You called me out on it. You went. Yep.
Not my intent.
No, that's
Jerry.
perfect. I have there's an executive at my day job who does the same thing, right? Like, if you just start.
I think it's publisher. I think it's because of the rightness, like the right ability of it. And speaking of things like ADP, so we've gotten real in the weeds.
Yes.
Delighted to do so. I think our normal runZero Hour audience is also delighted about this. We should talk a little bit about the schema 6.0.
Yeah.
Because like I think SADP is maybe in, maybe out on that. I don't know. Is there a connection there yet?
We haven't really started working about it, but can we please call it Sad Panda for?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? So the new schema, you're involved in this for.
I'm trying to be
for writing CVE records.
Yep.
Right. We're currently on what 5.1? I want to say
5.2.
5.2.
Yeah. Don't hold me to that, but I think it's 5.
5.x.
Yeah.
Fine. So if you're going to call it schema 6.0, this implies hard-breaking changes.
Yes.
What's something that people can keep an eye out for in the new schema?
I mean, it's going to be a large internal discussion.
Yeah.
I don't want to say fight because that's probably
it's not a fight.
The wrong word.
It's an academic fight.
But 6.0 is either going to be a change to the quality error where you can't publish bad records.
Okay.
Like
make it impossible.
Make it impossible.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, really tighten up the rules.
Like have a real linter.
Have a real linter. Do stuff that people will hate. Mm-hmm. You have to have a CWE for every CVSS, every CVE you put out.
Okay.
Might need a CVSS, right? You must have a machine readable ID, right? Of some sort. Perl, CPE.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Those are the only two I know of.
Yeah. I mean, there are others, but like, I think that the big fight and what I probably will spend the next year is talking to them about, hey, if we're going to do a hard break here, we need to really break this. And this brings us to our next point.
Well, and it's the opportunity, right?
Yeah. It's the opportunity to really lean in. And Jay Jacobs, your next guest, and I have a talk coming up at VulnCon on called CVE Decaf, and it's about data quality and records and about machine readability. You should talk to him about it when you get him on. He has all the background of how somebody said,
"Oh, I will,"
about how this data is useful to a machine or not. And sadly, the current CVE schema isn't useful to a machine in very many details.
It is, and you're right, and also it's sometimes not useful to humans.
Yeah. We have the best of both worlds.
We keep the worst of both worlds, I think. CVE is definitely a flawed system. We covered this yesterday too in our panel at RSA. Very much like democracy, it's terrible except for all the others. I do believe that to be true.
I believe that to be true too, and like there's a line in the CVE debates, and there's this line side of people that CVEs are terrible and they can never be fixed. Right. I try to really stay on the lines. Hey, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to tell you that everything's fine, but I think that we can get to the point where we can fix it and make it better.
Yeah.
And I think that the quality error that the CVE program is talking about is a good start. And
this came from the CISA vision paper, I think we just call it internally, right? But it is the era of quality, which always strikes me funny. It's like, cool, so 26 years.
Yep.
And now we're going to be good at it.
I think that's just because for the longest time they were just trying to grow it, right? Like they were trying to get CNAs. Like
there was a hard push for growth, and for reasons, right? Yeah. Like because we didn't want CVE to just be like the FANG Club, right, or OFANG Club. Yep. I do think that there's value in democratizing, the issuing of CVEs. Now the Circle people, they go real hard. I would say even populist in the democratization of CVEs.
And I love Circle.
And I like them too.
And
they're always
for
fun.
Anybody who doesn't know, that's the Luxembourg cert.
Yes.
It's circle.lu. It's a great website. I think that I'm prolific in putting out open source tools. Like, I can't keep up with them. They have a new one every other day, and there's only like 4 of them, so they are great. But yeah, they worry me in a bit is that I think that they're getting ready to take GCVE and kind of make it its own thing and not have it connected directly to the CVE program.
And to be clear, like today, if you want to publish a GCVE, the global CVE, it is a wrapper around a normal CVE record with it's a sparkling CVE record.
It's a sparkling, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So cool. Hey, is there anything, as we have about a minute and a half or so to go, is there anything we have not talked about that you want to tell the world?
I mean, like, we should really jump into machine ID and why it's so important, and why tools like runZero here that I do really like needs that data to be able to do better fingerprinting, right? Like runZero is great because it goes out and finds the stuff on your network and tells you what vulnerabilities have. It could be way better if we could get every software vendor and hardware vendor who push out CVE to give us a way to identify that data. I don't think that they're not putting in the data because they're trying to hide what's on the network. I think it's just because it's hard, and it's one of those things is nobody's going to tell you did it right, but everybody is going to tell you did it wrong, and the CPE program is still...
It is so attractive to tell people how wrong they are on the internet.
And from my understanding, as of when I've read a couple weeks ago, CPE program by NVD is still frozen.
Oh. Yeah.
They've made no changes on that, so there's no updates to that. Perl is still only on like 2% of all new CVEs this year, right?
Yeah.
So,
and that's Perl with a U, not Perl with an E, or Perl with an EA.
So we are getting kind of stuck with very little machine-readable data that's coming in there that everybody needs in the security industry. So.
Naming stuff is hard.
It is.
And I'm with you. Like, I don't think people are like avoiding these machine IDs specifically for obfuscation reasons. But we do have like this kind of predilection especially in security, of like, don't give away information, like as a baseline. And I do think that informs the problems we have with having like machine identifiable software, right? It's like if we come at it from a culture of, I'm going to keep all my information secret. You remember, like, we used to have a whole period in cybersecurity where like just having the banner of your web server
was a vulnerability.
Was in fact a vulnerability. So anyway, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Come back after the break. We'll be with Jay Jacobs. Thank you so much, Jerry.
Thank you
Always
so
a pleasure.
much.
All right, later.
Thank you.
Hello again. We're back. You made it. You made it through two transitions. Good job. You're winning. My name is Todd. I'm here on runZero Day. It's imagine that runZero hour, but 12 of them. It's not really 12 hours. It's only like 5 hours only. I am joined today by Jay Jacobs of Empirical Security. Hello, Jay.
Hello, Todd. Thanks for having me.
It is but my pleasure. We've been colleagues, I'd say, for a couple years now. You're one of my newest friends, in security. Most of my friends have like, oh yeah, I've known that dude for 20 years. Yeah. We've only been chatting for like, I don't know, 3.
Yeah, brand new.
I know, basically still new.
Yeah.
I talked to you a lot when we were writing at runZero. We were writing the divining risk paper, and I did take a couple gut shots at EPSS, but that's because I think EPSS is really important. I thought it then, I think it today, and I think it really is like the scoring system for vulnerabilities that is gonna be with us probably 20 years from now. I hope so. I like CVSS. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I think it's great. I can do CVSS without looking at the calculator at this point.
Yep.
And I think CVSS is useful for like shorthand of broad areas, but like EPSS is the modern way to do it. And I kind of expect like even the CVE program to feel more EPSS flavored over time. But today's topic is predicting exploitation: a practitioner's guide. So predicting exploitation, this is like your whole thing. You have got a crystal ball and everything?
It's one of my things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's your whole thing. This is your entire personality.
My existence is predicting exploitation.
So why did you get into this? Why do you care? Like, is it even possible to do? You're clearly doing it every day.
Right.
But like, what drove you to this particular special interest?
So it started out, I started a company with Wade Baker called Scientia Institute, and we did just a ton of research for vendors, grabbing their data, trying to understand it. And at the time, I had two of the partners that we had. One was Kenna, and I was getting all this vulnerability scan data coming in. And the other one was Fortinet, and they had 100,000 devices across the world giving telemetry and what they're seeing for bad activity. And I was like, wait a minute, we've got, our weaknesses here and stuff attackers are doing here. What if they came together? Like, could they?
Sure.
What would we learn if we brought that together? And that started basically EPSS. I had a paper, the first volume that I did with Kenna, who's now Cisco, whatever. And that first paper, I basically said, can we do this? Can we learn about exploitation activity? Can we predict it? And the big thing with predicting is that you have to have a feedback loop. You have to be able to say, hey, I think, tomorrow the sun will rise, and then tomorrow you looked at the sunrise, hey, I was right, But also with exploitation, it's not a binary. It's not like yes, it is, or no, it isn't. It's a statement of probability. Like, how likely is this to see exploitation activity tomorrow, in the next
involving
week, next 30
this
days?
Specific vulnerability.
This specific vulnerability, yeah.
So, how's it going?
That first thing I think I started 2017.
Yeah.
And the first real paper announcing EPSS was at Black Hat 2019.
Okay.
And we started the SIG, the first SIG special interest group, mid 2020. And then I had an epiphany. So the first one was CVSS-like. It had 16 variables, and you would say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And then I had it published a formula where you'd go calculate the score, the probability. Right. And 2020 with the SIG, all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, like, we are no longer in 2000. It was not 1999. We have APIs. And I've got all the data. Why aren't I publishing these scores? And so we started doing that. And so we produced an API. Every day I started publishing scores, and here we are 4 versions later, and we're still, what have been 6 years since we've been publishing?
Yeah.
But still doing it, and we've been doing it every day for that duration.
Yeah. So when I was diving into this, kind of late last year, and then since, because I still care a lot about EPSS, one of the things that jumps out for me is not so much the score. Like, I think you would agree, right? So there's a couple things, right? I think the score is less important than the percentile ranking. Yes or no? Okay.
Different purposes.
Different purposes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why would one use one or the other? Let me frame just real quick. If you were to look at the list of EPSS scores, which is published every day at about 7:30, depending on daylight savings time, by the way.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yet another reason.
Yeah.
Write your congressman, abolish daylight savings time, please. Pretty please.
For EPSS score publishing time.
If you were waiting for that one reason, it's EPSS publishing. Yes.
Yeah.
So. Currently, it publishes at 7:30 a.m. Texas time, which is when I usually look at it. Half of the year, it's 8:30. It's so annoying. But when you publish it, you will get 3 columns, right?
Yep.
CVE, percent or score.
Probability.
Let's just call it score. But
Okay.
Probability. Thank you. And then percentile.
Yep.
What is the difference between score and percentile?
So the score, the probability, both of them are 0 to 1.
Right.
And
With
that,
some decimals.
with some decimals,
Right.
which is something that we can talk about. Like
Right,
that
sure.
precision, it's I mean, on one hand, it's totally crazy, but it's 5 decimals.
Right.
And on the other hand, it does allow some separation, but you get a little fuzzy down there. But anyway, so the probability is between 0 and 1, and it is literally the probability that you will see that we will record. This is a very important distinction. We will record activity on that CVE in the next 30 days in the telemetry data that we are gathering.
Okay.
And so that is a probability. And what that means, so like when people, first you have to sort of calibrate where you expect it to be. So like how many vulnerabilities are exploited in any given month, right?
Sure. Are you asking?
I mean, you could estimate it's super low.
It is low.
Right? It is extremely low. And so you can't expect to look at this probability distribution and see a nice bell curve around 50%.
Right.
And which is why a lot of people get hung up on probability right out of the gate.
Right.
They hear 2%, and they're thinking, that's like nothing. The 2% is really close to 0. It's not close to 1. It's way down on the left
But
side.
it's 2% across a population of now closing in on 400,000
Yes.
things.
And
right? And so 2% of 400,000.
1 in 50.
Yeah.
1 in 50 chance that 1 out of every 50 are going to see exploitation activity.
Right.
And since there's 300,000, and in that range there could be 5,000, right around 2%. I mean, like, how many is that going to see exploitation activity in there?
Right.
And the whole thing is that the probability, first, it's calibrated. So like we can show over time. When we say 2%, do we see 2% of those? Right. When we say 1% or 5%, are we seeing that calibration? But probability just messes with people's heads. Like, it is not intuitive. It is not simple to think about, but it's really useful in algorithms, and if you actually are doing real risk scenarios, real risk algorithms, things like that. So we quickly realized a few months after doing the API that people were like, I don't get this probability stuff. This is far too low. It needs to be higher. And so we're like, all right, we'll do the percentile. And the percentile is a very specific definition, and that is what proportion of the published vulnerabilities are at or below this score, at or below that probability. So when you see like 0.95, that is the 95th percentile, is in the top 5% of all scored vulnerabilities.
Is this different from like just a stack rank?
That's what it is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if there was like a fancy statsy thing.
Nope, just a percentile.
Okay. And so so in your population of, boy, I really should know this off the top of my head.
Yeah,
How many is it? It's like 360, 365, something like that. 100,000 CVEs, like EPSS every day.
Every day.
Will stack rank them all.
Yeah.
Occasionally I see 2, I think, in the 1.0.
Yeah.
Is this a bug? I don't think it's a bug.
No,
I don't really
it's
care.
a rounding error.
Yeah, it's rounding.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's floating point. We got 5
because
precision.
We've got five
we're going to get
places
some
of
rounding
precision.
errors. Yeah.
Okay. So there you have it, right? And so like that, I guess, is the fundamental difference between the prediction, the probability versus the percentile, right?
Yeah.
And so
already you can see how people get a little mixed up with these numbers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, because it has score in the name. I know that you
and I'll refer to it as a score.
Right. Yeah. I've also seen you yell at people refer to it as a score.
Yeah, depending on the context.
Okay, so like but I guess like what I'm wanting for you, like we're here, we're at RSAC, we're in San Francisco, like, you know, if not the heart of Silicon Valley, it's certainly the wallet of Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
AI all the time, apparently, except for at Wiz's booth, a very, very hard branded of AI-free zone, which I think is brilliant.
Certainly novel.
But everything else is AI,
Yeah.
right? Which is how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
When you run into it and run away from it. I do think, so first off, is EPSS, is this AI?
If I were marketing EPSS, absolutely. I mean, just like everybody else on the show floor, right? I mean, absolutely. But no. I mean, when people say AI today, they're typically talking about LLMs, you know, large language models, typically for text, things like that. And no, I mean, there are parts of the data collection, parts of the feature generation that we are using LLMs for. That's to clean, prep, categorize, identify things. Not at all to produce the score. Producing the score, I would put that in the camp of machine learning.
Okay.
So
is machine learning more describable than AI? Like, can you crack open the guts and see why a thing has a score?
Not specifically.
And I'm not trying to like,
no.
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
a
trying
great
to
question.
trick you into it, right?
No,
but
so I mean, like, it depends on the algorithm. So machine learning is a whole class of approaches where essentially you allow the machine to learn what's going on in the data and produce sort of its own set of rules and things that it follows.
Right.
And so the challenge there is, especially with what we're doing in the EPSS, it doesn't just say like, oh, it's in Metasploit, therefore we're going to give it a 0.5 or whatever, right?
There's no if-then clause for that.
But there's like, all right, if it's in Metasploit, give it this. But then if it's in Metasploit and it's a Microsoft vuln, and if it's a SQL injection, now we've got these three things, and they all have individual scores that contribute. They all have the combination of scores, and then you've got all the pairs and so there's all these interaction effects.
So are these decision trees? Do you define that up front?
No, that's the machine learning part. The machine looks and says,
right,
I'm going to learn what these trees
So that's the spooky part. But I'm with you where like, I don't think machine learning is AI. I actually don't think anything is AI that we have today. But I think machine learning is very much, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb here. It's very different from LLM, right? Even though it has two of the three letters.
Right.
So it does sound like, though, that like EPSS, you could take if there's a given CVE, and let's say it's like CVE 2026, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that pops in it, maybe it's a week old, right? And when it was published, and an EPSS probability of 0.002%, and then yesterday it bumped up to 99.5. Like, what happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that the kind of question? Is that the kind of investigation that you could do with your special access to the LM guts of EPSS and say like, aha, I see why this is? Can you measure that in a way that like you couldn't do in an LLM?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for the like EPSS specifically, there's like 2,500 variables we're feeding in.
Okay.
And so what we can do is say, out of these 2,500, yesterday it was 2%, now it's 99%. Which one of these 2,500 have changed? What shifted? And we can just see that. So we can see, and
in a case like that, it's probably like some of them changed, right?
Yeah. And a lot of it, like the big jumps, first, like actual exploitation activity day to day is not used in the prediction of EPSS.
Okay.
Which I think is an interesting point. But then, so like when things jump, it's going to be like, hey, exploit code was released, or a lot of exploit code was released, or hey, the internet blew up and we've got 15 new articles on it in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
I mean, things like that'll cause a lot of the jumps typically.
Does EPSS still pay attention to Twitter?
It does. For a while, we had a direct Twitter scraping engine, and now we're relying on a third party to do sort
still
of
like
social mentions.
I feel like cybers are kind of creeping back into Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Makes me sad.
Okay.
Does EPSS pay attention to Mastodon, specifically InfoSec Exchange?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. So if you want to juice an EPSS score,
Yep.
if
Go
I
inject
just
there.
wrote a bot that just said CVE 1999-0001 like a million billion times, would that juice the score?
It would. I mean, there'd be an effect.
Okay.
Right. And certainly, I mean, that's some of the poisoning of the input data that
Do people attack EPSS like that? I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over your
No,
answers,
this is
and
great.
I'm sure
This is
the
all
director
great,
is hating me for this.
Great discussion. Yeah, I mean, like there was a guy who tried to do that 2-3 years ago, and it was funny. It was during the phase where Twitter turned off its free API,
Right.
And so I stopped scraping Twitter, and it was after this thing, and the guy did this thing where he flooded Twitter with his CVE stuff, and I wasn't even looking at it.
Okay.
And I think he did a few other things, and then the score shifted, and he's like, "See, you can poison it," you know.
Right.
And so it wasn't quite accurate, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it is looking for signals across the internet. So if you can influence the internet, you're going to see a change. But you might also, I mean, it's like, you know, people trying to influence politics and things like that.
Right.
You flood the zone, and you can shift people's perception.
And
So.
The easiest way, of course, to influence it up, right, is actually exploit it, right? Which would probably be a crime
Yeah.
in many jurisdictions. So
to
don't
really
do that.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, like there's so many signals and there's so many little things nudging the score that really, to get a high score, you kind of have a lot of things nudging it. There's not going to be one thing that just says, "Oh, it's up there," you know.
Well, and that's, you know, and I think a lot about the deltas in EPSS and why that, like, we have at runZero, runzero.com/EPSS-pulse covers a daily, basically. And I found out, by the way, that I've been off by one day for like 3 months. Oh, no, wait, I don't think it was. It might have to do with the daylight savings time change.
Oh.
I think I got boned on that one.
Okay.
I think I was pulling like right before. That's exactly what it is. Justin, please fix this. It should be. It'll be fixed by the time you see this in the future. So EPSS Pulse is really concerned with those blips, right?
Yeah.
And it's concerned with the blip on the up and on the down. And so if there's anything that has changed I think by default by like 30 percentage points, you know, it gets highlighted for the day.
Yeah.
I think it's a super fun thing to look. For me, it's fun to look at, to like solve the mystery of like, why did this go up? And almost always, though, it's because there was a Metasploit module, there was a nuclei module, or there was a kev. Like those are the three things to like tick off. And so that led to the kev collider, which is like, well, what if we just looked at that then instead directly? And so now that's what we do with kev collider. We also pay attention to EPSS in there. There's a little icon in there for like, oh, it's up or down today, but like less forward on EPSS on that.
Yeah.
So is there another, like, what is... Are you able to say, like, what are the things that would make a score suddenly, not a score, probability, what are the things that can make a probability, like, suddenly crater? Like, something was 77% chance of getting exploited in the next 30 days is now 0.2.
One of the things that it does is it's got timers in it. So like it'll, you know, like what is the age of the vulnerability, and that's incrementing by 1 day every day.
Sure.
And there's other things too, and so like the other thing is added to the kev. And so kev is an interesting thing because I put it on both sides of my equation.
Yeah.
But I offload them by one. So like when it's added to the kev, when I'm setting up my training data, I'll put in there, this was exploited on this day that was added to the kev, because that's all the data we get in kev. But then what I'll do is on the other side of the equation, on the next day, I won't record kev as an exploitation source. There's no event from kev.
Right.
But I will say, hey, it's on the list now. And so what that does is before we say it's exploited, or we say it's exploited, and then we say it's on the kev, that way the two don't you can't learn one from the other.
You don't want to double count.
But what's interesting then is on the kev too, I'll say how many days ago was it on the kev, and so that's also another ticker. And when these trees get constructed and it has a continuous variable like that, you know, 0 to infinity, it sort of sets up these breakpoints and says, hey, what if over 100 days or under 10, things like, create these sort of random things and just trying to fill out what that distribution would look like in different decision points, and it creates a bunch of these. And so by doing that, you get these sort of artificial cliffs every once in a while that may cause like, hey, it was on the Kev, but we haven't seen any other sources. There's like 2 articles we found and no one's talking about it on Mastodon, whatever it is. We're going to get these, it's going to have these other signals that say, you know what, maybe this is not as important as we thought. We're going to bump
But wouldn't that be
down.
like a gentle slope?
Well, like I
because
said,
of the
it has these
time?
cutoffs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So, I mean, I think the work is really cool.
There's another thing I want to go into.
Oh, please do.
That I was hoping you'd go into, but I'll just bring it up.
Please do.
One of the things I know that in security, we're generally cynical and skeptical folks.
Yes.
And so when people
Super
look,
fun at parties.
super fun. But like a lot of people will see EPSS, and the way that they want to try and evaluate is they'll pick some things out and say, I see this is exploited, what's the score, right? And that's one way, it's very difficult to evaluate the entire scoring system. And so what I would like to encourage people to think about is compared to what?
Yeah.
Right? And so if you look at EPSS and you say, this really sucks. Like it is, I have a talk at the first conference that's like, EPSS is both wrong and useful.
Okay.
Right? Because
is this
it is wrong.
RunCon?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
At first annual conference.
All right.
Yeah, and so, but we're going to talk about how it's wrong. It's imperfect, like clearly imperfect.
All models are wrong. Some models are useful.
I wasn't going to do that cliche, but they are. I mean, like it's clearly imperfect.
Right.
But then you want to say, but compared to what? Like if I have a system where we've got 2 interns saying high, medium, low, how does EPSS compare to that? Can we get some feedback signal? How does it compare to CVSS? How does it compare to any of the vuln scanner scores or recorded future or whatever? Whoever's scoring them, how does it compare to that? And that's how you want to evaluate.
That is, yeah. I mean, it's great. Like you want to be able to put EPSS in context of like, again, like we talked to Jerry in the last segment, and it's like, CVE is terrible, except for all the other options for labeling vulnerabilities. Like maybe EPSS is terrible, except against everything else,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Which I hope is the case. Just to wrap up here, because we're in San Francisco and I may actually be a robot, and this is all probably a deep fake, is there a likelihood of the next breaking version of EPSS to have LLM sauce in it? How are you feeling about it?
No, I mean, like I said, we use LLMs what they're good for, and that is language, right? And that's both. We do a lot of code parsing, code summarization, looking at exploit code. That's one of the core things we're using it for. But also some of the categorization of different things, scraping websites. A lot of it is AI powered now. So as we get some of the intel and blogs and things like that, that's coming in. But no, I mean, like the actual score itself, the production of this is not going to be AI driven, just because it's not that good at that particular task. Okay.
It's so funny to me. Like we're sitting here in 2026 and saying, no, it's not AI, it's machine learning. That's a totally different thing.
Well,
and I'm with you. Like it definitely is. Like the thing that we call AI today is very unlike the thing we thought we would be calling AI today, right?
And also, it's not classic statistical techniques. It's not,
is it
feature
in a
reduction.
weird middle zone?
I mean, chronologically, yeah. I mean, like this is circa 2005 technology.
Okay, we're running down. Hot take: cybersecurity kids in school take statistics class or take an AI class.
Oh man!
If you had to choose, because they're both Tuesday, Thursday morning classes, and you can't go to both.
I would say statistics, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's a close call, but yeah, I think there's a lot of value in learning how to interpret data, to understand when you're looking at logs and volume of stuff and seeing numbers. That's a good skill to have.
Great. Well, you heard it here, kids. Take your stats, eat your vegetables, use EPSS. We're going to be cutting out. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I hope to see you then. What's up, Internet? It's me, Todd, from runZero. We are doing runZero Hour several times in a row today, and we're calling it runZero Day. I am joined by some old friends, some middle friends, and a brand new friend. And this is Steve, and we've got Dennis, and we've got Bill here. These guys have been around the block. I'm not calling you old. They have been around the block.
I mean, we are.
When it comes to journalism, and this session is entitled Signal versus Slop, Journalists on the Evolution of Research-Driven Reporting. Steve, are you still a journalist?
No. I haven't had a byline in many years now, but once it's in your blood, it kind of stays there, so I have opinions about some of the things I've seen in the news lately.
Yeah. And
yeah, I still am. Still,
awesome.
Run Decipher with my colleague Lindsay. And I like Steve said, yeah, journalism is one of those weird, things, once you do it for a while, it does, kind of stay in your blood. And it's also, a mentality of, this is how you approach things, the way that you look at a story or, a theme or something like that. You look at okay, how much of this is true? Especially there's a lot of that over there. How much what can I say that's new about this? All that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Okay. And who are you?
I'm just a Bill.
Okay. Just an ordinary Bill?
Just a Bill. Yeah, so I am still in journalism.
Okay.
I've been in and out of journalism through my career.
All right.
So sometimes I'm in a media company, sometimes I go work for a vendor.
Uh-huh.
Right now I'm back on the media side helping to launch a new media brand called CyberSec
Yes.
Media.
Wonderful. You wanna flash?
Don't encourage him. Don't
Cyber with no E. I like that.
But it's just fun being here and thinking about the way the three of us, the way our careers have intersected and looped around over the last 20 years. Dennis and I were just talking. It's been 20 years since we worked together at Tech Target.
Crazy.
So how common is that, right? Is it more? Let me rephrase. Is it more or less common than in other fields, like political journal? Political journalists rarely get elected, right? But you guys seem to hop the fence back and forth quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
So is that accurate?
Yeah.
Why is this?
I think there's a couple things. One, funding journalism is hard. These days, you've seen that. That we all worked at media companies over the years. Some of us together, some apart, but those media companies have downsized or gone away in large part. We saw this coming a long time ago. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I helped start Threat Post at Kaspersky in 2009 or whenever it was, because for a corporation, a vendor to fund something like a brand journalism initiative, it's relatively cheap. Mm-hmm. They can hire a couple journalists and let them go and do it, but
and journalists work for peanuts.
Truly, yes, truly. Not by choice, but it's just the way that things have worked out. But
it's not like they're an important
that does
pillar.
Explain.
We don't really
that does
serve
explain
much function, Todd. Yeah,
it does explain why we sometimes cross over onto the vendor side.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, the money part of it is a real, both in terms of the salary and just funding the journalism itself is,
And it's incredibly hard when you try to fund journalism and a media company at the same time. So you rely on advertising,
right?
But the advertisers have a goal and they have their own agenda, and you have to align with that while keeping neutral. And it becomes very, very hard.
Those quotes were doing a lot of work.
They were doing a lot of lifting, and it's because if you look at just go out and read the news today, and you will see it's mostly opinion pieces and very much nuanced focus. We've lost original journalism.
Yeah.
Investigative journalism just isn't there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah,
it's not a growth industry at this point. Yeah,
not anymore.
Especially in technology journalism, because when I first started, shout out PC Week 25 years ago. That
Right.
was, we were doing a lot of that stuff. Like there was investigative journalism going on at those like big tech magazines. You did a lot of it,
Yep.
so did I. But that kind of went away over the years, just kind of gradually because of the, you need those vendor dollars to fund the media empire, and those advertisers aren't going to want you writing the negative things.
How much pressure is that real? So like when it comes to like an outlet like PC Magazine, right? Like which was very dependent on like Microsoft, IBM, I guess at the time.
Very much so.
Dell probably at the time. If PC Magazine, like, is it impossible to have like a scoop on, it turns out like the Dell backplane is super hackable around the world. Like, would that not be published?
It was hard.
It was hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would depend on your editor. Like, if you had an editor who completely believed in journalism and, damn the man, they would publish that. But then you would have the business-driven editors that would probably hesitate to publish it, or they would tone it down before it went published.
So has this always been this way? Because that's what it's kind of sounding like.
In my experience, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think it goes in waves too, and it also depends on the outlet that you're at and things like that. And like Steve said, a lot of it is dependent on the backbone of the higher ups who can, ideally the editorial staff doesn't really have much to do with the business staff in a media magazine like that. Yeah. And so the editorial decisions aren't or should not be dependent upon business decisions, but in reality that stuff overlaps a lot. So if the business side finds out that you've got a scoop about some Microsoft thing and they have $400,000 worth of Microsoft ads that week, guess what?
I mean, do you want a real example that centers on RSA?
I would love one.
Okay, so
I'm not going to stop you.
I had an editor.
You can't anyway.
I had an editor at IDG who absolutely had my back, and I found out that there was a business relationship between the IDG and the media company that I was working with at the time, and one of the vendors I was supposed to cover, and they tried to leverage that business relationship in order to get me drop pieces of coverage I was planning for the week during RSA.
Okay.
But because they disclosed this to me, I now have to disclose that to the public. So the very first sentence that you read in this story when it published here at RSA was the exposure of the business relationship to that. And, full disclosure, I'm writing about this and they have a thing with us. And then I finished the entire story and still wrote the way I wanted to. I was only able to do that because my editor had my back.
Right.
And fought all the way through to keep me able to publish that story.
So, like outlets like NPR or 404, right? They're very subscriber based rather than advertising based. What's the model that you're looking for with your newly launched thing with cybersec community?
So the case with cybersec, and I would say this is Decipher also post Cisco. That we've done enough through the career of having to walk the line we just spent the last few minutes talking about. Now we're at a place where we can do it the way we've always wanted to.
Okay.
Where in my case, we're going to have custom content, of course. But we're going to have very stringent guardrails in place to ensure that what we're putting out there isn't pay to play. And one of the things that brought me to where I am now in my career is I had to do a lot of that pay to play. And I didn't want to anymore because pay to play always leads to bad content that does nothing to help security professionals.
Yeah, advertorials are not helping anyone, honestly.
Advertorials.
And to me,
that's a real term.
It is. And to me, an article isn't worth a damn unless it's showing the reader the security professional that makes up our audience, showing them a path forward in dealing with whatever the problem is that they're dealing with.
Right.
And when it's pay to play, there's a lot of pressure to really have it align with the security vendor who's sponsoring it, align with their marketing speak, their nomenclature, and so.
Yeah, it's a lot about sort of hyping admiring the problem instead of trying to figure out solutions for it, and that's like you said, Bill, that's like the antithesis of what we wanted to do when we started Decipher, which was like, let's try and help the audience instead of just telling them all the problems, like give them some information about how to actually go about solving it and what could be helpful instead of like painting everything as this dark cloud.
Right.
And saying like, look, there are people out here doing good work and trying to help you solve these problems that you have, whether it's a technical problem or a budgetary problem or, whatever it happens to be. Not everything is terrible. A lot of things are terrible, but not everything.
So,
Dennis
Fisher of Decipher raves. Not everything is terrible.
That's correct.
Great.
Cut that out for the social media. Let's go.
But everything is terrible.
But also,
but also,
Reagan shoots back. Everything
This is
is
turning
terrible.
out to be a very balanced report.
it's very balanced, very nuanced. No, I always hated writing the stories that were just pure fear-driven headlines, but never any answers. I never liked writing a story like when you talk about a vulnerability or some sort of attack that's going on. If you can't end that story with like, here's what you should be doing or here's what you should consider, I hated those stories. I never wrote them.
Yeah, we've all written them, and like you can go and find 400 of them every week if you want to. A new bug, a new attack, some new AI problem or whatever. But I'm sure you guys run into this like talking to your customers too. Like, yes, you need to help describe the problem to them, but they're coming to you because they need help fixing all these problems, not just another thing on the top of the pile that they already have.
Well, and like I depend, and runZero, honestly, and our customers depend on, tech journalism, specifically, vulnerability journalism.
Yeah.
I don't know how many millions of words I've read from like Sergio or Bill, different Bill Toulouse, and like these guys are making the donuts every day, just saying like, hey, there's a new vulnerability, it's getting some heat. Here it is. Here's the CVE number. The CVSS score is 9.8 always, and
yeah,
and look out, right? And so like, and I rely on that because the customers rely on that, right? And really it's the customer's boss relies on that to say, hey, what are we doing for this new vulnerability? That's CVE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, CVSS 9.8. Where are we at on that, right? And so like we're in that every day too. Yeah. Is this journalism? Like,
it's really hard to tell these days.
because you could practically automate that at this point.
Oh, there are people automating it.
There's way too much automation happening.
Practically not as in almost. Practically as in like very practically, like on cheap hardware.
Without question, yes. Yeah, that's not the kind of work that any of us want to do, I don't think.
No.
We all got into this because we enjoy writing and enjoy,
I'm lazy. I'm not that lazy.
Yeah. I've seen how fast you write. You can turn stuff out as fast as a LLM. So,
How dare you, sir?
I don't know if I should be complimented.
That is a compliment. I've seen you write fast. But that's part of the problem is that I don't think a lot of the audience has either the time or in some cases, the information to distinguish between actual journalism and just stuff that's being thrown out there because it was shoved through, an AI chat thing. Like they took the vulnerability report, shoved it through there and put a byline on it and published it because like they need that click-driven thing to get their numbers up for their advertisers and all that, which, everybody needs money. But I think it's really hard for the audience in a lot of cases to distinguish between the two.
So do you have tips of like what should the discerning reader be looking for to tell if they're being hoodwinked by slop? Because that's like kind of, the title of this segment is Signal versus Slop, right? And like how can you tell? So yes, I want to know from you specifically, Steve, because you have been on the other side. And then you went away, and then you came back, and then you went. Now you're at 1Password, and so like, how how do you tell? Like, what do you tell your, coworkers of like, don't pay attention to this because it's like kind of made up, or do you pay attention to this because this, I know, does it just come down to reputation? Or are there things that you can find in the article that say like, aha, too many M dashes or something like that?
So here's the thing. You'll find some people that are heavily for M dashes and they'll fight to the death to keep them. It's not that. That's not what you're looking at. Yeah, see, that's the problem.
They serve a purpose. But
And I love bullets. So does AI.
Bullet points. Yeah.
Yes, bullet points.
When you're reading something that you think is slop, the easiest way to determine it is to take the tone of what you're reading. Mm-hmm. A human uses certain inflections, certain cadence, certain wording that always translates to a human. An LLM will try to replicate that, but they don't get the emotional tone that the cadence get. An LLM could replicate a cadence, but it cannot replicate the words used in that cadence to convey a point that actually resonated with you. It just doesn't do it. So you'll see LLMs do a lot of, it's not this, it's this, which is that. No human uses that kind of cadence.
Blah, blah. This is a...
Right, and then like some random historical reference. Yeah. And you're just like, where did that come from?
That. It's always in the tone. And when you start to see that empty tone, or when you start to see a group of articles that sound alike when you're reading them, the little voice in your head, when you're reading it to yourself, and everything starts to sound the same, you're reading AI content and material. And I'll give everybody watching one challenge. Go to LinkedIn right now. Find a quote thought leader.
In a new window, but keep this window open.
And read what they're writing, and you'll see nothing but LLM generated content. It's all over LinkedIn.
I think the three of us would love to say that, like, if you see Steve's name on it or Bill's name on it or my name on it, like, it's something, you should read it. And there's other people in our industry the same way.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a lot of for us, that's how we approach, like, do we put credence into this vulnerability report or this threat research report? Like, did it come from Todd? Did it come from a team that we trust?
Yeah.
If not, is it some new team that just, like, got born 2 months ago and I don't really know where this came from? Probably don't care about it. Like, a lot of it does sort of come down to reputation and context, and, you'll sort of text somebody else like, hey, do you know this research team? Yep. Or have you ever worked with these guys? Is this, reputable research? Should I care about this? But, the audience on a daily basis, unfortunately, doesn't have the time to go through that whole thing. Right. They have to kind of just parse through everything and, like, hope that they can find the gems in there.
I don't know if you two have seen it, but lately I've seen a lot of industry reports come out that are purely LLM written. You could tell. Just from the
no doubt.
The vibe of the entire, like, blocks when they're presenting their data.
Were any of them mine?
No.
Okay.
But here's the problem I have with that. I don't care that an LLM wrote the research report. I worry, did the LLM do the research?
Yeah, too. Yeah.
So, like, when I'm looking at stats for, like, let's just say we're looking at threat hunting stats and we're talking about groups of vulnerabilities that are leading to these breaches and things like this, and there's good chunks of math, right? Did the LLM do that? Because if it did, how do we know the math is right? LLMs are the smartest, dumbest things you've ever laid your hands on.
Yeah.
I don't know. We all have kids. It's...
Oh boy, that okay.
Yeah. Full disclosure. I'm an AI power user.
Sure.
I take that term from our friend Matt Johansson. To me, the value of AI is you can spin up a lot more content at greater speed. But if you're not going through, if you're not getting that content, I'll put it this way. What comes back is only as good as how you set up the AI model, the prompts that you give it.
Sure.
But even then, and I would guess that you guys do it this way too, I go through and I, in most cases, rewrite from top to bottom. Yeah. I use the AI to get started, to kind of get over that doom loop, writer's block hump sometimes. But the savvy reader, and in our industry, they're all savvy readers.
Yeah.
they know when it's us and when it's not us, because they, we have built relationships with them over 25 years.
Yeah, but see, that's the point, though. When you had the AI give you, the LLM give you the first draft, you went back in and put the human touch to it.
Yeah.
You humanized what
I put my voice in
exactly.
there.
That's what a lot of places don't do.
And I check every number. I don't trust.
And that's where I think where you get into like the ethical use, right, of these LLMs, especially for things like writing. LLMs are great for lots of things that aren't writing, but especially for writing, for getting that, like, it's almost like, are you the baby editor before the editor, right? Like, is that your job now as a journalist? I don't know.
God, I hope not.
But do we fall into the trap where sometimes that slop gets through?
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you, certainly in my case, there have been times where after something's been published, I've looked and said, I missed that the first time around. And we're human. We're juggling a lot of content at once.
Right.
That's going to happen, which makes it all the more important for us to be vigilant when we're using it.
I think that, the main way that I use it right now, honestly, is to help summarize like really technical or long research reports.
Sure.
Like the annual or quarterly reports that everybody puts out on threat hunting stats or like whatever it happens to be. Like, give me the 6 main points about this that I care about, and then, you can go off and write a piece from that. But
I've been led astray by that too, though.
You definitely have to double check that too.
And so, like, I'll do that, right? And I'll say, like, this is a really long M-Trends report, right? Like, give me the bullets.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, I have done this. I swear to God, in the voice of Steve Reagan, summarize this for me.
The voice of God from above.
I have.
But then I have to go back and read it.
I have profiles for each of my friends. I take their copy that they've written, and I'll say, this is how Dennis Fisher writes, and literally have,
And if you want a lot of expletives, it's write this in the Bill Brenner style.
Yeah, it is.
This is terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. And so, but like when I do that, right, like then I'll get my article, my fake, doppelganger Steve Reagan article, and I'm like, all right, well now this sounds interesting enough to follow up, right? And then the follow-up, of course, is then actually read the M-Trends report. Because if I'm going to be quoting it, I have to know for sure that it was that it's actually in there, and Cyber Steve didn't just make it up.
Cyber Steve. I like that. I like that.
You put that on your.
I'm putting that on my resume. I'm doing that. Cyber Steve.
You pop up the Cyber Steve article, and the vape smoke just starts coming up to your computer.
I'm going to do that.
I think, and this is probably a very specific problem to people like us, is all these models were trained on like 25 years of our writing that's on the internet.
Right.
So like you put somebody else can put something in a LLM and it turns out sounding like Steve or me or Bill. You're like, wait a second.
There's a funny story there. So we've both done some stuff with Matt Johansson.
Yeah.
Vulnerable You newsletter, by the way.
Subscribe to
you
Matt's
want to
stuff.
read it. It's fantastic. But I'm helping him ramp some stuff up, and he'll come back and he'll say, this is an AI siren. This is an AI siren. And I'll be like, crap, man, that's how I write.
Yeah.
Like I said, I love using bullets. I use dashes all the time. I always have. But the great thing about that experience is it's another opportunity to learn and be better, no matter how many years you've been writing and how great you think you are. Helping Matt out has been a great lesson in terms of, okay, I always use this in my writing. Maybe I shouldn't anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, non-writers look at it differently.
And that's a little different because it's also a matter of you're helping somebody out, you're putting it in their voice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too.
And it's very easy when you're trying to put something in somebody else's voice that your voice keeps on slipping through, especially when there's a deadline.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that, like, I very much appreciate the work. I've, followed followed all of your careers, obviously. We have just met for the first time in person today, which I am baffled by. We have not met before, Bill. But it's great to see all of you. I am a huge fan of journalism in general. I think it's probably the most important thing that we do in a democracy. So thank you for your service. And with that, I think we're going to be wrapping up here. If you all out on the internet want to stick around another 5 minutes, it's round 2 of journalism talk, because we'll be talking to Joe Men, who is a old-timey.
I've heard of him.
Also not old. I mean, he is old. We're all old, whatever. But he's been around the block as well with investigative journalism. He wrote the book literally on Cult of the Dead Cow, and we'll be diving into that after the 5-minute break. So that's it for us, and maybe not, because I'm not getting the signal that we're dumping out yet. So with any final thoughts are done, and that's it. Thank you so much. Hello again, Internet. We are back for runZero Day. I think I've done about 5,000 of these so far today, and it has been amazing every time. They go super, super fast. And we just came back from a panel of current and former journalists, but now I am joined by Joe Men, a very current journalist. You've been a current journalist for the entire century, I want to say, so far.
That's true.
Yes, and beyond. So this is on the front lines of investigative journalism in cybersecurity, an insider's perspective. I'm going to guess that you're the insider. And so tell me, Joe, how did you get here? Like, let's. I know that you wrote Cult of the Dead Cow, the book about the Cult of the Dead Cow, entitled Cult of the Dead Cow. But like, clearly that wasn't your first rodeo. Tell me about some prior rodeos.
Well, like I'm old school. I started out in journalism as a police reporter in a small southern city.
Okay.
And worked my way up, did courts and city hall and sort of regular stuff before I started being a business reporter.
Okay.
And I had the opportunity to move to San Francisco, so I took it in 1998.
Okay.
And once I got here, I figured out all by myself that tech was probably a pretty big story. And so I started covering tech then. And it was a really weird time because it was the dot-com bubble, and everybody was hyping everything. And the hackers had a much more interesting story to tell about stuff that didn't actually work, or that worked but had big risks. And so, particularly because of that overhyped atmosphere and the fact that nobody had incentive to tell the truth, that sort of pushed me on the way to covering hacking and security. And then also, I just found it more interesting because it crossed so many beat jurisdictional lines. Like, it's a technology story, it's a business story, it's a crime story. It was working its way already to be a geopolitical story.
Right.
And I just find that more interesting than, somebody's got a new widget or, something that might make your, a better search engine or something like that. So I've always been kind of on that edge of technology coverage.
Okay.
Back in the day, I was with the LA Times, and then I was with the Financial Times, and I did a lot of investigative stuff on cyber for Reuters, and most recently, as you know, I was at the Washington Post for 4 years. So I've been based in San Francisco the whole time because back when I started, cyber was a Silicon Valley thing. It wasn't yet a Washington, D.C. thing.
Sure. Rather famously, the movie Hackers takes place in New York, and so I'm just kind of curious. Like, would you describe your reporting and your journalism as having a San Francisco flavor, or is it really a global thing, or was that a transition? Right?
No,
because
I've been writing sort of nationally or for a global audience from the beginning. So I don't think of it as particularly San Francisco flavored, and a lot of people think I'm somewhere else. A lot of people, I think, think I'm in Washington, which is where a lot of the story has moved. But no, it is an advantage in talking to the people inside the Googles and the Facebooks and the Apples of the world, and that is something that I think is a really key part of serious cybersecurity coverage, because that's kind of where the rubber meets the road. That's where the users, that's the interface the users have. And then if bad stuff happens at those companies, it impacts everybody. And they're also just really, top experts at those companies now. So that's the only San Francisco flavor I think I have.
Sure. And you said just now that like you started in crime reporting. Like that was like your first real reporter job, right?
Yep.
Because this is about like the front lines of cybersecurity journalism today, like hacker as a criminal story, is that like the driver for cybersecurity journalism, or is it more defense flavored, or like how? I guess like how should people approach like cybersecurity as a journalism topic, right? Like, is it a politics story? Is it a crime story? Is it all of these things? But like more so is the business of cybersecurity. Is it as interesting as the cybersecurity as crime story?
For me personally, no.
Okay.
I'm not that interested in earnings or company A buys company B.
Sure.
I like to know what's going on. I like the people in the industry a lot, and I really appreciate the innovation. But no, I'm not like I don't care whose stock price is up or down. Okay. The crime stuff, I mean, to me, the most interesting stuff is when crime overlaps with geopolitics. The subject of my...
Do we just call that espionage?
No,
Okay.
no. I mean, it's. I'm thinking of Russia and other places where the organized crime groups have connections with government figures, either in the intelligence agencies, or in law enforcement, or with the Kremlin or the equivalent, and they have. This has evolved in very interesting ways during the. After the 22 invasion of Ukraine, there was sort of another call for patriotic hackers,
right.
And crime groups went after Ukrainian targets, and in exchange they got some more leniency from law enforcement there. It's actually super interesting. It's happening in China too. China has actually learned from the Russian model, both in sort of industrial scale criminality. And in cooperative relationships with various government sponsors or figures.
Okay, interesting. So, are you working on anything new that you can talk about, or that's not how journalism works, I assume?
So, I left the Washington Post a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
It's part of the mass bloodletting there, where they let go 45% of the newsroom. So at least I don't take it personally.
Yeah.
And I will continue to cover this stuff because it's what I know best, and it's what people know me for. And I am thinking about another sort of day job, but I'm also thinking about another book. But it's very early stage, and I reserve the right to change my mind about what it's about. But I think there is very interesting stuff going on right now with the federal government and privacy and offensive cyber. So it's a rich field. And, I think all of the stuff is complex enough, if you do it right, that it deserves book treatment. And the trick is then to make it interesting and fun enough that people will be entertained as they learn something.
Right.
So that's the hard part, is finding like the good guys and the good women, and have like story arcs for them, so that even people who don't have a good education or in Congress are in Congress can follow along and maybe get up to speed.
So, and it's a great segue. We had an event yesterday, a book signing for you for Cult of the Dead Cow. Do you want to talk about a little bit of why you wrote this CDC book? And by CDC, for the rest of the video, means Cult of the Dead Cow, not Centers for Disease Control.
Thanks for the question. So, a really big change happened in 2003, 2004 that wasn't really headline news. It was this subtle shift from, viruses being annoying and being authored by hobbyists or tinkerers or budding hackers to mass hacking being a key element of organized criminal groups. So spammers spammers were getting their IP addresses blocked by sysadmins, and so they needed clean IPs, and so they had people hack a whole bunch of random computers and form them into botnets through which they could send spam and later do lots of other things like denial of service attacks for extortion purposes and stuff like that. So there was hacking already was very hard to defend against because of the the architecture of the internet and the fact that the Vint didn't put in security in the first place. He told me he was going to get to it. It just escaped from the lab before he got the chance.
Well, the internet is a experiment from DARPA that got out of hand.
Yeah, as many do. It's like a monster movie.
Yeah.
Only now it's all our lives. And so I started looking into the organized crime part of it. And it was fascinating. I had to learn about Russia. I didn't know anything about Russia. I had to learn a lot about China, in addition to the pure technological issues and the politics in the U.S. And I just thought this is a really bad problem, and it's going to get a lot worse. And sort of like, so anyway, I wrote this book called Fatal System Error, and that came out in 2010. And that was the first journalism that said Russia is in cahoots with organized criminal hackers. At the time, that was shocking at the time, and
this was shocking in 2010.
It was absolutely, and like now your gardener knows that, the bus driver knows that, everybody knows that. Certainly, Robert Mueller knows that. May he rest in peace. So that was the first book that did very well in the cyber community and sold, pretty well in the general public. That said, basically, we're all screwed. Cybersecurity is out of control, and it's going to get worse as governments invest more in this. Because there isn't a fix that works for both Russia and the U.S. and and China as well. But this is what should happen. And a friend of mine at Google described it as a public policy document disguised as a crime caper, because there was I followed these heroes who went to Russia and actually got people arrested, and they almost got killed doing it, and it's fun reading, but it's about how dire the situation is. And so the last chapter was the White House should do this, and Congress should do that, and companies should do the other. But it was all it was grim. It was we have a really big problem.
Right.
And since then, after that, there were lots of other books saying we also have a huge problem with disinformation, and we have a problem with, the way the DoD works, and all these other aspects of we're screwed. And so, I'm very choosy about what books I go into, because it takes me a year to write each time. But I wanted to, if there was something positive that pointed to a way forward, that was more about what we could do better, how to do it, I thought that would be more valuable to people, and welcome to people who are burned out or depressed or exhausted on the front lines of this thing. And something for the kids, something for the people that are coming into the industry,
for the kids,
not from hacking the heck out of each other and stealing credit cards to make long-distance phone calls to get into bulletin boards, but people who got degrees in the cyber things and work for nice companies in the cyber biz and do cybery things. And I wanted to painlessly tell them about some of the roots, some of the early fights over what was the right thing to do in security and what was not the right thing to do in security, because they're not going to go back and read 20 years worth of Usenet posts. So I wanted to distill it. Huh?
Because they're lazy.
Because I don't think that's an efficient use of time either. No. I mean, there's a lot of crap out there.
Okay.
So I wanted to make it a fun read about the history that kind of points a way forward.
Yeah. Yeah, and so in Cult of the Dead Cow, you kind of follow this what used to be notorious, and I would strongly argue now beloved, right? hacking supergroup, as you call them, through basically origin through today, right? There's a new afterword, I think, in this edition.
There is.
So if you've bought it already, don't worry, Joe, you have to buy it again.
Yeah, so that's the exciting thing. It came out in 2019, and it was great. I mean, I did all kinds of speaking gigs, culminating in a panel at the main stage at DEF CON with 4 of the members of the group, a real variety, like a core sample of some of the heroes there. And it's a wonderful response from the community and new people coming in as well. And then it's continued to sell well after these many years. And they asked me to update it with a new afterward, and that just came out a couple of months ago in paperback, audio, ebook. Just don't get the hardcover, beloved as it is. And I got to bring it up to date with both what the Cult of the Dead Cow is doing, what our beloved federal government is doing, the tech giants, and the sort of intense politicization of cybersecurity now. So it definitely has a different feel at the end of the book now.
Different feel as in, like, everything's going to be okay, or, oh no, we're all doomed again?
More like everybody to the barricades right now feel.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. I'm there. I'm ready to go. Not to brag, I did run a Bay Area BBS in the 80s, so I'm somewhat familiar with the space, and I am ready to rock those barricades. Much to the, I'm sure, terror of my boss, who is sitting right off screen. So, among the things that one of the things I was struck by when I read books like this, like Cuckoo's Egg, which is I think you could, like, not to be like, so, oh, you're the greatest, but it's up there, right, for me, with Cuckoo's Egg, with Hackers by Steve Levy, which was published, I want to say, in like 89, maybe?
A long time ago, yeah.
So, like, but these books, yours among them, I think are very important for our, technological literacy and technological history, and yet I don't recall seeing any questions about the Cult of the Dead Cow on my CISSP exam. So, like, are people today who are graduating from a cybersecurity degree program, or doing a boot camp for some reason, or getting, like, certified and have been maybe drafted into, like, a SOC analyst or something like that, are they even aware of, like, the hacking culture beyond, the occasional mention of DEF CON every year?
So, the hacking security universe is a big one, and it's expanding in all directions forever. So certainly not everybody, not enough in my view. And it doesn't have to be painful. These are really colorful people to read about, and it's and they're fun adventures, and some drugs and some sex,
right? And it's like, it reads like a comic book sometimes.
Yeah. And there's, like, Mudge in the White House, and drugs and sex and pranks, and and messing with the media. I mean, it's a fun tale. But to me, the really important part is that, if there's one takeaway, it's that these guys sort of leveled up. Like, they started in the 80s as 14-year-olds running BBSs, and it was about text files and creative fiction and making fun of the more serious hackers and the more criminal ones, and that was great for the 80s. But then AOL and Microsoft put everybody online in through 95.
The Eternal September. It is a term. Look it up.
And these guys leveled up.
Yeah.
Because they're like, whoa, like so there's overlap between CDC and the Loft.
Right.
There were actually 4 people in the Loft that were also at CDC in different times. CDC, as you mentioned, is what I call a super group, not in the sense that they are, like, super amazing,
the most elite hackers ever.
Right. That's not what I mean by supergroup.
Right.
What I mean is, like, in the musical sense of the Eagles, or another, like, musical band where each member had been in another band or continued to be in another band. And so they were members of Legion of Doom and Masters of Destruction and other hacking groups that were in CDC. And CDC wasn't about criminal plots. CDC was like a place to blow off steam. It was like the liberal arts wing of the hacker underground.
Right.
But they had these quite talented people, and more as, like, people wanted to be with the cool kids, like more serious technical minds wanted to be with the cool kids, because they were a platform back in the day, a way to reach people. So, when everybody was suddenly online, they realized, especially sort of like the Loft wing, that they could take their security knowledge and help people, and maybe shame Microsoft into behaving better, because Microsoft was a monopoly and they had very little incentive to actually make their products safer for people. So they thought about their ethical role, they leveled up, and they kept doing it. They testified before Congress, and they came up with coordinated disclosure, which is the right thing to do when you have a vulnerability when it's possible. And they invented hacktivism, which is a heck of a thing to have coined.
Yeah. In the history, right, the storied history of hackery, I brought up the New York thing with hackers. The movie Hackers is very much supposed to be like a reflection of the New York hacker scene. CDC was very Texan, I think is fair to say, right? Their CDC was they were the organizers of HoHoCon, or among the at least core speakers, right?
Yeah, people with one of the members of CDC was the driving force behind HoHoCon,
right?
Which, as not everybody watching knows, was the first HackerCon that openly invited journalists and cops, rather than dealing with the cops being there undercover.
And it was called HoHoCon because it was in late December.
It was between Christmas and New Year's, right? When people could get off school.
But
mostly
you're here
high school.
Yes, mostly high school. Yes. You're based here in San Francisco, and the Bay Area weirdly had two different hacker scenes split by the Bay, but Chicago had its own hacker scene, and so it was all very regional. Loft was very Boston-y, right? And so where are we today with that? Because I'm curious what your thoughts are on the globalization of learning how to hack. You can learn all the things that the kinds of things that these kids learned in the 80s today by YouTube, right? YouTube.com, because that is a global place. Thoughts? I mean, I know that's a terrible question.
Okay, so no, first of all, I would say that the center of gravity, and I trace this in my book, because it's sort of there's geography along with what was the cutting edge in hacking each year. So CDC, yes, it began in Lubbock, Texas, home of Buddy Holly, and then the center of gravity moved to Boston. And then it moved to San Francisco. I mean, there were people stayed in those various places. There are people in other countries, but if a plurality of CDC was first in Texas, then in Boston, and then in San Francisco, and now it is global, and you can do it in the comfort of your own living room. Something is lost there. I think one of the things that made CDC great and long-lasting is that they actually knew each other, and they hung out, and they met face-to-face. And that's one of the ways, in my view, that Anonymous fell short, is that they did not know each other for the most part.
They're not just anonymous from the cops and the news, but they're anonymous from each other.
Which unfortunately meant that any spy agency worth a damn had multiple people inside Anonymous.
Oh, sure.
Not only watching what they were doing, but instigating various ops to try and get them to do this or that. Much in the same way that Russia came to have an overreaching influence in WikiLeaks, which started out pretty good. So I think there's a lot of, I think human connection is very important if you're trying to do something tricky and maybe even noble.
Yeah. And there was the mentorship that comes from being able to go over to someone's house or meet at a coffee place and actually talk it out. I think there's something to be if you have that opportunity, take it, right? If you have the opportunity to learn this kind of stuff from someone in person, I would say value that more than the YouTube University.
100%. Yeah.
Cool. Well, hey, Joe, thank you so much for coming back even to runZero and talking to us about hackery and Cult of Dead Cow. I'm gonna first off shake your hand, and then I'm going to tell people on LinkedIn that we are going to be switching URLs. So you're going to have to do a thing, and we're not doing that right now. We're doing it next after this one. It's going to be Patrick Gillespie and GuidePoint. After that, you're going to switch out. So be prepared. Hang over your keyboard, and that's it. We're done. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, Internet. We're back. It is your second favorite runZero Hour host, Rob, here. And I am joined by Patrick Gillespie and Mary Gannon, both of GuidePoint Security. Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, GuidePoint Security, what is it you say y'all do there?
Yeah, so for GuidePoint as a company, we are cybersecurity focused only. Mm-hmm. So we help secure our clients' traditionally IT environments from cyber threats, reduce risk as much as possible, and help our clients find the right solutions and technologies for their environments. And then, however, on the kind of Mary and I are on the OT side of things, where we're securing operational technology, again, for those same clients for their OT environments.
Okay. And that's very exciting because OT security is kind of the new hotness. It's the old new hotness, the new old hotness.
Let's say legacy or retro hotness.
It's
there
retro.
We go. It's retro.
It's classic.
Yeah. Windows 98, XP.
A lot of Windows 98, a lot of XP. I saw recently in, I think it was Germany, there was somebody asking for people who could do driver development for Windows 3.1 for one of their train something or other. And I thought real hard. I was like, man, I'd have to learn German, but it's very exciting.
Some things never die.
They never do. So with OT security and IT, there's this whole concept of convergence. Mm-hmm. What is convergence? What does that mean in this context? So
it's the connectedness of IT and OT. So there's been different ways that OT security has been approached. There's been no approach whatsoever. And then there was this completely air-gapped approach where OT was entirely separate from IT. And so this convergence is the marriage of the two worlds, trying to see how IT and OT can work together while also maintaining the fundamentals of OT security, like safety.
So why is there a push to have them work together? What's the driving impetus there?
There's a lot of benefits to the convergence, which is why they're connected, right? So oftentimes with security, you got to balance cost versus risk, right? And what the benefits are versus the risk of something happening. So connecting Windows 98 or Windows 3.1 to an IT network that has internet access, why would we want to do that? Well, it's to get data off of this system that's been around for 20, 30 years, to make better business decisions, to increase automation, increase efficiency, increase safety. But then COVID happened. So now we're having to work from home. How do we support this and keep our business running and make revenue while our person is no longer touching that machine, they're at home. So that increased even more convergence for the necessity of secure remote access.
Okay. And you said, so first off, you said Windows 98, which, as far as I'm concerned, wasn't that old, because I remember when it came out. But then you said, no, 25 years old hardware and stuff like that. Is that common? Do you see a lot of this ancient hardware?
It's disparate, like it's here and there. But we do have environments. So if you built a manufacturing facility in 1999, it's running a lot of Windows 98.
Yeah.
But if you built it in, 1950, it's had systems replaced over time. One system may be running AS400. You may have another system running, Windows XP or Windows Server 2003. But then maybe they've added a line or retroed a line, and now it's got Windows Server 2019 or Linux or whatever the case may be. So it's with OT, you never know what you're going to get when you do asset inventory or asset discovery in an OT environment. And
so to dig into that a little bit, well, first off, I do want to say AS400 is the most beautiful operating system you've never heard of. It's really amazing. If you're into retro computing, it's not even retro. It's still out there.
It's still there, yes.
But it's beautiful. But okay, let's pull that thread a little bit with asset discovery. What do you need to do for asset discovery in OT? What are the challenges there?
Challenges are, so OT networks, the way I kind of describe it is the IT network is the tip of the iceberg, and the OT network is everything under the water. So you don't know what you've got until you actually have that asset inventory. And once you actually go through and discover those assets, there's plenty of organizations that have no idea what's going on their OT networks. They don't know what assets are there. They have no concept of counts, how many assets are in their OT network. So before any sort of security measures can be taken and any sort of advancements, you've got to know what you're securing.
Yeah, you can't secure what you don't even know exists.
Exactly.
Why is it so hard for OT organizations to get this inventory? Why is it lacking in so many places?
Well, the teams that care about security and asset management, don't own the assets, which makes it challenging. So CISOs, like GuidePoint, typically works with the CISO, IT security, those teams, supporting the CIO's teams and things, and supporting the business from a front office perspective. So with OT now, the risk in OT, to reduce risk in OT successfully, it has to be a shared responsibility between the IT teams and the OT teams. And historically, so I built freight trains for 8 years for a company from the 1800s.
That's rad.
So yeah, we've been building trains. The world has been building trains since the early 1800s. So think of culture of a team that built trains, that taught another team, that taught another team, to today's team building trains. That culture is 200 years old. They've never worked with IT. They've never worked with security. So, from their standpoint, they just got to keep their job going, keep the line moving, keep their people safe. So if we come in and we want to do asset discovery, we want to implement a new technology for the sake of security, that is risk to the safety of their people. So we could shut down a safety system or a PLC that's keeping, a line moving, keeping people away from certain machinery, those kind of things. So it introduces risk. So they're adverse to that risk. So that's where we have to use safe tools to do asset discovery. Start small footprint, build the trust between IT and OT, and that's what we typically do on our OT team at GuidePoint, is build that trust between the CISO's office or IT security and the OT teams to start working together. Because you don't want the first time that CISO or a SOC calls an OT asset owner, the first time shouldn't be when an incident is happening. They should have had that conversation already.
And that is an excellent point, in that I don't want to say that IT systems aren't important, but an OT issue could have real risk to life and limb.
Correct.
So, and with the CISOs, they're coming in. How are they feeling about the fact that they've never worked with OT either, right? So there's kind of this approach from both directions. So what have y'all seen with that?
Yeah, they're starting to inherit the risk from a business perspective or board perspective or even cyber insurance perspective. So they're having to accept the risk, or not accept risk. They're having to, inherit this risk as part of their job duties. To secure something that they don't have ownership of, and they can't even remediate. They don't have ownership to remediate. So that's where they have to really rely on the OT asset owners to actually, protect the device. Because the CISO, we can show them all day long. They got 1,000 PLCs and 10 Windows XP HMIs and all these things, but if they don't have a good relationship with the plant manager, that plant manager is not going to allow the CISO to do anything, because IT and security support the business, but the business is the OT. That's what's making money for the business, and they will win every time if they do not agree to what the CISO wants to do.
Many years ago, I worked at a grocery store chain, and I was on the information security team or whatever, and it always came down to, we need this awesome security tool. And they're like, does it sell groceries? I was like, not directly, no, and so there was always that kind of push. So with that, what is this, you talked about this this bifurcation in the ownership between the CISO, the IT team, the OT team, whatever. So how are the sort of modern IT security practices migrating over to the OT world? Like things, these are still computers at the end of the day, so patch management, segmentation, things like that. How is that being pulled into the OT world as these two things merge?
There's kind of a shift in mindset when you're looking at OT. So traditional IT, is about data and protecting the data. OT is very much protecting the people, processes, and environment first and foremost, and then also keeping production up. So it's a different mindset shift, and so that's what we're seeing across organizations, is this kind of shift in, this is very different in priority. This is a very different kind of outlook.
But even the IT inside OT, like you said, there's computers, there's Windows, there's Linux, there's switching and routing and firewalls. IT devices or assets inside OT. So patch management is a way of life in IT. You get a new 0-day or exploit comes out, you got to patch immediately. Well, there may be a system vulnerable to that in OT, but that may be running power to a hospital. You can't just shut off power to a hospital or have unmanned, because again, you have to do mitigating strategies, essentially. So patch management can help if the device is still supported and not legacy.
Right.
But that only reduces a small amount of risk compared to how much risk it reduces. So it's a good strategy to incorporate in part of your OT security plan. But there are higher priority things because it's not confidentiality that matters in OT. It's the availability and safety.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. So what then should organizations do if they're trying to secure their OT? Because, in IT, you can just patch something or restart a Docker container or, move to a new cloud provider, but you can't really up and move a factory, right?
Right.
You can't just shut it down for patching. There's, these long maintenance cycles or whatever. So what should organizations do if they're trying to secure their OT environment?
They should have good communication because, again, no environment, IT or OT, is ever fully secure. So even if you did patch OT and you did have mitigating strategies for securing and reducing risk, there's still going to be new zero days, new things that, like you said, you can't just shut it down or reboot it. So that's where, having the incident response plan, knowing what to do. Who does the SOC even know who owns that asset? if the SIM gets an alert for an asset and it goes to a site, do they even know who to call?
Okay.
Does the person on the other end, are they even going to answer the phone and do something, or are they going to go back to doing their job? Because oftentimes when we deploy visibility solutions or network threat detection type tools in OT, there's threats already there.
Right.
But they just can't get out, because, typically boundaries are, hopefully there's not direct internet access from OT or into OT.
You'd think so.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things to do, but it depends on the type of systems and the criticality of the systems and all those things.
So it's sounding like segmentation is probably going to be your first line of defense.
Yep.
I don't want to scare anybody, but I've seen several 100,000 OT devices connected directly to the public internet.
Still today.
Yes. Tell me a little bit about that. How common is that?
Well, it's not done in a malicious intent.
Right.
So engineers know how to make things work. So when I would go to a manufacturing plant or a rail car repair plant, I would be installing some new, firewall or voice over IP, whatever this project was. But I would go around into the plant and I would find cable modems in PLC racks. So from a security perspective, that's terrible. We have a device with clear text protocols, no password, directly connected to a public IP. But that engineer who did that, he's thinking, I need to save my company money for maintenance. Yep. I don't want to fly somebody from Germany to Arkansas to fix this. I can just connect something up to the internet. They now remote access. They fix it, and they can do it in 2 hours versus 2 weeks.
Right.
So it saves the company money, creates efficiency, but they don't trust the front office. They don't trust security because it's a lot of red tape. It would take longer. So they just do what they're doing their job.
Right, and I get that, but how then could we improve that trust? How do we move past the perception that security isn't the most important? It's not the most important thing, like you said, but
for the CISO it is. So, but you can't push security down their throat, to put it frank. You have to, they don't even want security. Again, that's risk. So you have to show how is doing what the CISO wants to do going to improve automation, improve safety, and make sure that any anomalies, because most outages in OT don't happen because of a true cyber incident. It's insider threats are not just malicious. It's accidental. It's vendors changing things outside of a change window. So your engineers, like if you do have remote access for your third parties, knowing when they're in, recording those sessions. So these are things that you can offer to the OT team. It's like, hey, we know you're paying $300,000 a month for this OEM to support your production line. We can use this tool and know exactly when they're in, what they did, and then now, instead of arguing when something breaks and the vendor says, no, they didn't do it, now you have proof. So now we can offer a much easier path for OT to say, okay, I would love to have those sessions monitored.
Right, okay.
But from an operational standpoint, that's what they care about because it helps availability, whereas the CISOs pretty much sliding security in the back door.
Okay. Also, what I'm hearing is $300,000 a month. I'm in the wrong line of work. I need to. So.
The maintenance manager. So working for a company from the 1800s, and we have a lot of clients that companies were founded in the 1800s, especially a lot of mining companies, where they have, these huge support contracts with a lot of these OEMs, automation vendors and things. So when I would have let's say a fan on a switch died out in a plant, I would talk to IT and say, well, we didn't budget for that. They didn't budget for switch refresh because when corporate tries to do something, they want to do it everywhere instead of budgeting for each plant. So I would go to the maintenance manager at each plant. They actually had so much budget they had to spend per month toward maintenance. So I would just say, hey, this fan died. This line is going to die when the switch dies, or I can schedule the downtime, replace it, and now you don't have unplanned downtime and you got to send people home.
Okay, that makes sense. So there also seems to be a much obviously tighter maintenance schedule window thing.
Yes.
How is the marriage of this IT security working with that? Because like you said earlier, it's always this instantaneous, why don't we just repatch patch right now. How are we communicating that to the OT folks? So.
Working with them in a partnership. So if there is work that needs to be done, like say there's a patch that needs to be applied, but it's not, critical to patch it right then. Working with them and understanding their planned shutdown times and seeing if you can have a little bit of that shutdown period to do some security implementations, patching, anything like that. So working as a team holistically is the key.
Okay, getting your name on the schedule even to begin with is something.
To know when OT has those planned outages, a lot of times it's around holidays. So knowing, and the next planned outage may be 6 months down the road, you may have a new 0 day in there, but you do the mitigating strategy to prevent that exploit from coming into that boundary or zone. The CISO can typically take care of that with firewalls coming in and out of the plant itself, and then it reduces the risk some. And then that way they know in 6 months at the next outage, because of the criticality of the system and the criticality of the exploit, then that's on their list to patch. But then they have to also be able to work with the OEM, because once they do patch that HMI, then they have to essentially be on the hook to make sure it still works after it reboots. So in case they may need to uninstall that patch.
Everybody does the smoke testing, and sometimes it's actually real smoke with OT, which is always scary. The magic smoke escapes. So then with that sort of marriage of getting into the schedule and doing all that, you're getting IT security folks talking to the OT people, and that's great, but OT people, y'all have said, still view security as added risk.
Correct.
What are some of the risks? What are some of the real risks, and what are some of the perceived risks that are maybe there? The perceived risks that aren't actually risks.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of perceived risk, of course. Just the asset owner don't. If this is my machine, I don't want you touching my machine, because we know if you touch it, it's going to break.
Right.
So that's perceived. But yeah, the real risk is our current safety system, which has very low latency, is clear text. Well, CISO wants to encrypt that traffic. Well, how much latency is that going to add?
Right.
If we have an event, will that create enough latency to where it doesn't shut off the machine? So now instead of somebody losing a finger, they lose the arm. So they're, if that helps. I'm sorry.
Well, when you put it that way, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, depending on or the loss of someone's life.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's also the problem of with these systems, maybe they don't support encryption to begin with. Maybe the vendor doesn't even exist anymore. So what do y'all do in that situation?
Inline. You can do inline, where the technology sits between, typically your high risk. So for OT, you want to treat IT. The whole zero trust thing is you don't want to trust IT either. So you have to protect your OT.
No one does.
Yeah, you have to protect OT from the risk that sits in IT. Because, if I always pick on accountants, but if an accountant clicked on a link in an email in IT and they get ransomware, you want to know, what computer it is and what port. And the CISO, the SOC, when they get the alert, should know that, because it's an IT system. They own these systems. So what's the playbook? To shut off the port, shut off the computer, to make sure it doesn't spread or leak data. But with OT, if you get ransomware, you have to keep it running. You can't just remote in and shut off. You have to have a different playbook. That's why CISOs have to understand, to do security, you just have to do it in a different way.
Okay.
To be effective.
Right. And at the end of the day, effectiveness is what actually counts. It doesn't matter how theoretically pure you were.
Exactly.
So, touching on the ransomware thing, have y'all seen a lot of OT ransomware? Like what? That's kind of been a hot button topic.
Typically spreads, but I'll let you
it's
go.
more IT ransomware that spreads into the OT because it's either convenient or low-hanging fruit, or there's some sort of connection that it was able to swim on in.
Okay.
But that's
So you're saying the ransomware is mostly hitting like the HMIs or something, the Windows HMIs
after it's come in through IT.
Oh, right.
A front office user with internet access. So the HMI may be running Windows 7 without internet access, but there's an open SMB share from the engineer in IT, or there's a dual NIC computer with the engineer because he didn't want to walk, a quarter mile to get to the plan. He had another cable connected to his computer, or an open SMB share to back up the HMI and send it to IT. So again, there are good reasons to connect the two. You just have to do it in a secure way to protect that, essentially that ransomware risk from hitting OT.
So what you're telling me is it is in fact actually IT's fault, and we should just blame them entirely.
20 years ago, it was always the network's fault. Always. Like I was guilty until proven innocent. And today, I don't know. There's so much with internet connectivity. But it's always IT.
I mean, I've been doing network engineering for many, many years, and the network is always to blame, actually, in fact.
Could be the database, could be the app, could be something, but no, the network's blamed first.
So with these devices, they get ransomware or whatever. Let's say you have an HMI that has been ransomwared. What do you do? Do you swap out the HMI? What's the way to handle that?
Yeah, so definitely a swap out is an option, or if you're able to clear it back down to bare metal and you've got some golden images of that HMI or backups, that sort of thing, then you can restore back from those. But that's the key, is making sure that you get it completely off of that asset. Similar to IT.
There are backup vendors that have OT, HMI specific backup capabilities to get it reverted back to pre-incident.
So with these, and we're focusing on HMIs because those tend to be systems that run Windows
Legacy
or run
Windows,
Linux or whatever. We are seeing OT devices, as they get heftier, actually running embedded, Windows CE or
Containers
Linux or whatever. What's the security look like on those?
Okay, so for those, again, you can't put EDR on it.
Right.
Yeah, so you can't put an agent on it.
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't. And that's where the mitigating strategies of, not just segmentation between IT and OT, but that micro segmentation. So having a good asset inventory and knowing what protocols that device talks to and what it talks to, you can implement that micro segmentation strategy of essentially whitelisting that protocol to that device. That way anything else that talks to it or it tries to talk to something else is automatically blocked because it's an anomaly. At that point.
So we are almost out of time. Is there anything y'all wanted to cover before?
No, just really appreciate the partnership between GuidePoint and runZero, and love working with your team.
I love working with y'all. So this was Patrick Gillespie and Mary Gannon from GuidePoint Security. Thank y'all so much for being here. I always love talking with people about OT and OT security. And for those of you out in internet land, this is going to be shifting to the afternoon session on LinkedIn. So if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on the runZero website, same bat time, same bat channel, no need to change. But if you're watching on LinkedIn, please switch over to the afternoon stream so that you don't miss any of the amazing programming that we have coming up. So again, Patrick, Mary, thank you so much, and we will be back in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
welcome back. If you are watching this on YouTube, you will see no change. If you are watching this on LinkedIn, welcome back. You had to click a link. Maybe that's why they call it LinkedIn. I don't know. But I am joined here now with my friend Rishi. I think we're friends. We've talked a few times. Rishi is from Project Discovery, and they run several things, one of them being Nuclei. The thing I'm most familiar with is Nuclei. Nuclei is the hotness when it comes to proving that vulnerabilities are real, I think. Like, that's usually how I describe it. And this is force multiplied, community-powered vuln detection. And so, Rishi, how would you describe Nuclei, since you're in it every day?
Yes, I can start with the story, like how did we start?
Yeah.
So all the co-founders were working as security engineers in different companies. And one of the key challenges we used to face was every time new CV used to drop, it would basically create such a noise within our company. Like every instance was pretty much vulnerable, but turns out most of them are not actually exploitable. They are very rarely exploitable. So we wanted to make sure how can we figure out a way to describe vulnerability as a way to validate them step by step, what a human would do. Like, okay, I'll go to this specific endpoint, I'll send this payload, I'll watch the payload response, and then I'll confirm that it's actually exploitable. And that was one of the key insights we got, that we need some framework around validating vulnerabilities, and we created this framework just internally for us. And quickly we open sourced it and realized that this is actually a bigger problem than just us. Every time new CV drops in or new attack drops in, the noise to actual validation becomes such a big challenge. And we open sourced it 5 years back, and luckily we got such a massive contribution from community. Every time new CV drops or every time a new attack drops, community helps them to craft these templates.
Right.
And these templates are YAML based, very simple to write, very simple to describe. Right. You can easily collaborate with multiple teams. Everyone can know how does it work, each step. That's how Nuclei work.
So Nuclei, the guts of Nuclei are written in Go.
Yeah.
The Go language. But like you say, the templates themselves, like the attacks. We don't like saying attacks, right? But the attacks are written in YAML, which is yet another markup language. Not a criticism. That's just what YAML stands for. And so I think that was the thing. And you tell me, right? Like, when you say that you had like this, when you open sourced it, you had a whole bunch of community contributions. You don't mean money. You mean fingers on keyboards, right? Do you think that it's because of the... I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think YAML is a big reason for it. Why do you think you got such quick uptake and to the volume you did? Because it is only 5 years old.
Yeah, I do think simplicity is one of the key reasons. Like, how can you easily describe a vulnerability in a template is actually difficult. Like, before Nuclei, if we had to go through the POCs, there were like random Python POCs, Ruby POCs, all these different complex ones. And you could reverse engineer them, but writing them becomes a difficult work for you. So simplicity was one of the reasons. But I would say the problem was bigger than just the writing of the template. Everyone wanted to make sure what are the instances across their stack, or what are they working on are actually vulnerable. So everyone wanted to solve the problem together. So that kind of force became a kind of a collaboration between community. And there was a tipping point. Like, there was a time when we started seeing a lot of CV to exploitation phase dropping more and more. And luckily we were in the right timing that we had a kind of a community collaboration to do it. But I would say it was a problem for all the noise and every detection issues, as well as simplicity of writing it.
And so you said the word noise like 2 or 3 times now since we've started talking. What do you mean by that? Like, is it just like garbage proof of concept? Is it vulnerabilities that don't matter? Like, what do you mean by noise?
Yeah, I would say both. So it's like just to give you a bit of a picture on how security engineer lives through it. Every time a new CV drops in, usually when you run a scan across your infra, you will find hundreds of different instances vulnerable for them.
Right.
And the reason of that, because they are going after version detections. They will see that, oh, Apache 5.4 is running, you are vulnerable.
Right.
And you will see that, oh, we have hundreds of different services vulnerable and we need to figure out a remediation plan, and that becomes such a chaos and noise for you. And if you go through the open source, every other CV had different flavor of script. Some of them would write in Python, some of them would write in Perl, and some of them will have weak matches. And it was like quality was not up to the mark, and we wanted to make sure that the writing is simple, the actual part of the logic is well defined. So when I'm running a particular template, I am getting a clear signal that this is actually exploitable instance. And it used to reduce noise a lot. Like before that, we used to see hundreds of different instances vulnerable, but after that, there could be like only few of them actually vulnerable to the actual CV. And that is really important for your remediation plan. Otherwise, you will create such a massive chaos within the team. And that's something we wanted to solve.
So how much so you're describing like this drop off, right? Where a vulnerability scanner might say, oh, you've got hundreds of vulnerable instances. And we're like, oh, do I? Click, turn on the nuclei machine, run a nuclei template, and it's like, oh, it's only these 10, right? Or something like that. Like, why is that? Are you worried about this? Are you worried about running into an implementation trap on your proof of concept where like maybe the nuclei template is only exercising one particular vector, right? Where this may be a multi-vector, which is all I don't want to say often the case, but it's sometimes the case, right? Where like you'll have a vulnerability and there's many ways to exploit it, but all the proof like the Metasploit way might be one, the nuclei way might be another, but there may be 7 more that we don't know about, right? Like, do you worry about this at all?
Yeah, I would say like pretty much every other vulnerability we saw, especially the most important ones, right after the first pull request like merged in, we saw maybe like 10 or 15 different follow-ups to that. Oh, there's a different angle that we missed. There's a false negative happening. There's actually a false positive happening. And luckily, because of community, you can like manage that because everyone is running in their own instances. You are getting such a global data around it. But yeah, this is like one of the things we do care about. Like, are we missing right now, or did we miss the actual instance which could be exploitable, but the nuclei did not catch it?
Right.
But I would say the actual, like if I compare with my previous world and this world, the previous world was much more chaotic, much more noisy, and you could not actually move the needle much faster compared to this one, which feels much more calmer. So yeah, I would say in the contrast, this world is much better to live in, where you can remediate much faster to the ones that you know that are exploitable versus hundreds of them being vulnerable.
Right. And obviously, like, if there is a new patch, right, for Nginx or a new upgrade or something, yes, everyone is going to apply that eventually someday. Would you say that like some of the value of running nuclei, right, in your environment is to be able to identify like which ones you patch first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we always been focused on remediation efficiency, like how fast you can remediate, especially on a hot CV.
Yeah.
Like if there's a hot CV and you see like, oh, all the Next.js instances that I'm running are all vulnerable, but no, you are not. Only like 4 or 5 of them are using this component that could actually be exploitable.
Okay.
And especially in that period of time, you want to accelerate on patches and remediation. And if you have multiple teams, especially in a bigger organization, you have multiple teams running a lot of these common tech, that becomes such a massive problem for you to remediate. Right. And that's something we wanted to kind of like solve out. So remediation always been our kind of like key metric that we wanted to focus on writing these templates.
How would you, so full disclosure, I used to be the technical manager of Metasploit. We thought we were very clever in writing things in Ruby because, Ruby's easy. Boop, boop, boop. How hard is it? Turns out it's hard. I very much appreciate YAML. I think, HD would agree that, like, Nuclei is categorically better than Metasploit these days. It's more modern. Yeah. It's very web focused, right? Like, what are the so I think, let's go from there, right? Like, what are the kinds of targets? I can't think of a better, nicer way to say that. What are the kinds of targets that Nuclei is good at, and what are the kinds of targets that, like, Nuclei is not going to be good at? Like, can you say, or is this too embarrassing?
No, I can say, like, where do we get the pull from community? Yeah. So technically, Nuclei does support pretty much all the protocols, and you can write any kind of complex exploit. Okay. But I would say the majority of the users or community members who are writing these templates are running against external facing infrastructure. So these assets are mostly web apps, APIs, stack, and they would write the template so they can actually scan across them and find the vulnerabilities. But yeah, I would say the ratio is much higher in that, but that doesn't mean, like, Nuclei doesn't have protocols defined to write those kind of templates.
Are there areas where you would recommend people not run Nuclei? I'm trying to get you to say something bad about Nuclei.
Yeah,
you're an engineer, dude. Like, you know where all the bugs are.
Yes. Any instances that are very sensitive, like OT devices, internal devices, you need to be super. Like, we have seen there are actually tweets about people where they have run Nuclei and, like, their random printers were, like, printing random stuff.
Yes.
so that means, like,
we also learned that lesson.
So that's on those places you need to be super careful. Like, if you are in a like running a factory, or you have such a sensitive devices, like in a medical devices inventory, you don't want to, like, shoot all the templates. Those templates could run in a very different variations and can actually hurt your assets. So we always recommend those who are running the templates craft the ones that they should have clarity how they would be running and what are they actually getting the insights on. And majority of them we recommend on those sensitive ones, do not write those active templates, like those who probe the IPs. Don't go into those phases because good amount of chances you might actually hurt the devices. So yeah.
Thank you for that. How would you characterize, like, your average, your median level, like, Nuclei contributor, Nuclei template contributor, right? Are they people who are, like, beginning career, late career, hobbyist, developers, super hackers? Like, who's contributing on the back end here?
Yeah, we do have a pretty good global distribution of users. So everyone comes from completely different country. Like, someone would write from Vietnam, Indonesia. Like, that distribution is such a good to watch. Right. I would say we rarely see developers writing the templates. Okay. Majority of the time we see like pen testers, red teamers, are those who care about probing the vulns. Bug bounty hunters are really one of the key assets for us because they usually probe for different instances, and they are the ones who are contributing, and they are also really good in terms of community contributions. We see a lot of people from RSAC, but we have seen people from students to all the way to really senior engineers contributing. But I would say majority of them are security background, not developers.
You've mentioned before that you and the other founders met essentially in a GitHub issue queue.
Yes.
Is that happening in Nuclei now, like with these like very senior hacker types versus students? Like, are people like hooking up and like doing mentoring? Is it happening in the queue? Is it happening off the queue? Like are you running a hacker dating site, basically? And should you? And the answer is yes to the last one.
I would say yes. We are very like biased towards, and we like all the co-founders met on GitHub, so we are very close to open source and how much value it brings. Like you can contribute such a really technical work, you can bring the value to the community, and there's another side of the people who would actually know that this is how it works. I can also contribute. So that kind of alignment within the open source is just really, really good. And even in fact, good amount of our team members are from open source. We have seen them actually creating pull requests, contributing to our open source, and then they joined our team. So this is a common trend we see in our team as well as across different repositories as well. A lot of people collaborate right after they either create a GitHub issue or mostly pull request is one of the key reasons to get the attention of the author. If you write a really good pull request, you will immediately get the attention from author that, oh, this is such a good contribution.
So these are people who are coming in maybe after the first nuclei template for CVE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? That ships. And then you might see someone come in, say a PR against that template, now that it's in main, right? And then that's where the collaboration happens?
Yeah. Pull request is where the most of the collaboration happens, and we also see a lot of collaboration within the community people, not just us. Whenever someone creates a really good pull request, there will be 4 or 5 different community members jumping in, giving more insights. Oh, you missed this. You missed that.
Is the so can you characterize the attitude then? Is it a lot of you're doing it wrong? But hopefully with a pull request to back it up, right? I'm hoping people are not just coming into the PR and saying, you're doing this wrong, and then bailing, right?
Yeah. No, I won't say that. We have rarely seen, and whenever we see someone becoming toxic, we usually message them or ban them through the repository. That's a common approach.
Okay.
We haven't seen, because this is something, a common trend across especially on nuclear templates, it's very common trend where even if you create really good pull requests, you probably would have missed something.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that. You might have missed one angle, and whenever someone comments back, they are in that mood that you are going to track that feedback and going to improve the nuclear template. So it's actually kind of a very common collaboration.
So you should know coming in then that's someone's going to be telling you, it's you missed a spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I do think that kids these days, they're a lot of, especially younger people who are technically minded, who are into this, right? May not be very comfortable with publishing open source.
Yeah.
Would you say, in your own words, that nuclei is a good place to start doing this? Especially if you want to do security as a job, maybe you're in school, maybe you want a career change or something like that. Is nuclei that place where you can kind of dip your toe in, try a little, because there's no real penalty for failure on any of this, right? Because what's the worst that happens? You get your PR doesn't land.
Yeah.
Right.
But I would say we still recommend people to do a bit of quality work upfront.
Okay.
So it's required.
Well, yeah, you don't want to push the burden, right, to the 3 people, right, who do them all.
Yes. Okay. Especially with the AI, it's just easier to create slop, and keep in mind, we can't we all the templates that goes into the pull request, there are 60 members that reviews them, simulates actually what's happening, and then they verify the quality, and then they merge. So it's a lot of work for them.
Right.
So if you create not a good quality, it will create a burden for them.
Right.
So we always, one of our guidelines within the repository is how to go through understanding on creating a nuclei template and how you can contribute. We actually encourage everyone, whether you're a student or someone getting just started in security, to contribute. But there is a process that we always recommend through. Otherwise, it creates a human burden in the end. We do not really have an AI in between to help us.
So, in that vein, there are people that will show up and through the goodness of their heart or because they're learning about something, they will give you a pull request. You have a bug bounty program these days. And I know this because I've been graphing Kev listed vulnerabilities against when is the nuclei template published and when is the Metasploit, or if and when, either in Metasploit or nuclei, when do they show up? And I've noticed that the nuclei line is starting to meet the Kev line. You'll see them same day. Is this because of the bug bounty program?
Yeah. Yes. That was one of the key programs we started last year. And This is actually becoming a problem for us.
Okay. No, you don't say.
No, not the bug bounty program, but actually the security community, what security community is facing is actually becoming a pretty intense problem. The time to exploit used to be days a few years back. Then it started shrinking to hours. And one of the reasons why we created nuclear templates repository was to collaborate on all the trending exploits, like how fast you can write the template and scan across your assets and fix them. And turns out the attackers are moving much faster, especially with LLMs, and that timeline is shrinking more and more. So we introduced the bug bounty program last year to kind of like figure out how we can accelerate on all the new attack vectors, especially on KV's one, how fast we can write them, and how fast we can review and merge back into the repo. So we give two type of bounties, one for writing the templates and one for validation. Like someone wrote the template, and then we will also give bonuses on if you go and validate that, whether it's actually a good template or not. Because all we want to do is shrink the timeline into merge. So yeah, it's actually been very fruitful. One of our top contributors contributed a lot, especially in the last 6 months, and get closer to the average timeline around KVs.
Okay. Yeah, it is shocking. Well, that's great. That's all super great. If you are in the sound of my voice and you're considering a career in cybersecurity, you want to talk to this dude. I hope that you personally are helping to, shepherd in the next generation of pen testers and red teamers who are in fact humans and not LLMs. Do you have anything final that you want to throw?
Yeah,
as we switch.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about nuclear templates, but we have
sure did.
we have around other 30 open source repositories
and other things. Yeah,
and these are tools. So if you want to play around building security tools and contributing on those, we also have if you like the angle of engineering or software engineering with security. We have a lot of open source projects where you can go and contribute in the same way as nuclear templates.
Great. Well, thank you so much for visiting with us today in San Francisco, live across the street from RSA, Rishi from Project Discovery. It has been a pleasure. We're going to be out for about 5 minutes, and then we will come back with more of the same. Hello again, Internet. We are back from our short break. And I am going to be talking to Mark Lambert. I knew I was going to blow it. Mark Lambert, English not French.
Yes.
Of Armor Code, here live from across the street from RSAC in the lovely runZero Day Hour studio that was invented last night. It was a feat of engineering. I wish you could see all of the junk behind here because there's a lot of it. And so we're here to talk about Armor Code and mainly talking about how people go about prioritizing vulnerability alerts. I will now confess my deep ignorance because I'm vaguely aware of what Armor Code is and does. So you tell me, how do you solve this? How do you solve this problem for all of us?
Yeah, so and it really is a problem that everybody's experiencing.
Yes.
Vulnerability counts are exploding. AI is actually is creating a tsunami of this. We talk about AI generating code and how the AI is actually better than a human or will get better, but the volume and velocity of what's being generated is increasing even more. So total number of vulnerabilities go up.
Right.
Plus now we have things like Cloud Code Security finding vulnerabilities that we didn't know about before. So vulnerabilities go up. So how do we get a handle on this? Well, traditionally, what we would do is we'd get a scanner and get another scanner and get another scanner, and we'd go, all right, we've got all of this information now, or should I say data, not really information. What do we fix? All right, well, let's pick the critical ones because, that's the most important stuff, right? Okay, so once that's failed a few times, then organizations go, okay, well, I need to solve this problem. So really what we do at Armor Code, we fundamentally do three things. First is we aggregate the data from across those different scanners. So Armor Code is not a scanner. We don't look for vulnerabilities. We get them from all the places you already know about them from. So runZero. And we will bring in vulnerabilities from the code, from the infrastructure, from the software supply chain, really unifying that vulnerability management problem. Now, but that's just the first step. Now I've got, let's say I've got some vulnerabilities that are being detected in container security, and I've got some vulnerabilities being detected in SCA, software composition analysis. Those are two findings, but they're actually the same problem, the same issue. So the next thing that we do is we actually correlate those findings. We correlate them across those tools. So I say, all right, this thing, or these 20 findings that are coming from my runtime container security actually are just this one root cause. So I can kind of ignore those and fix the actual problem. Okay? So that's the first thing you do, reducing the volume that way. The next thing that we want to do is to say, okay, so I've got severity, but that's not enough. I need to know, is it actually something real that I need to fix? So this is where threat intelligence comes in. So we can leverage threat intelligence like CISA-KEV, EPSS, which is predictability scoring. So I can know, hey, is this actually exploited in the wild? Because shocker, a whole bunch of CVEs are actually not exploited.
So I'm going to tell you right now, not shocked.
Yeah.
I am quite familiar with CVEs. We actually spoke with Jay Jacobs earlier today. We spoke with Jerry Gamblin earlier today, who will tell you that most CVEs, most of the time, never get exploited. So you guys are then, I guess, folding in, right, all of this, that kind of threat. When you say threat intel, you're not saying like, oh, China's doing this and Russia's doing that. You're saying like, oh, these are the things that are getting exploited.
Yeah. Think of it much more like actually vulnerability intelligence is the key thing. Okay. So I've got the data coming from the source tools. I've consolidated it down. I'm looking at the vulnerability intelligence so I know if it's actually exploited. I may do further analysis inside of my environment to do environmental scoring so I can actually further kind of like probe, but that's actually a bit of work. There are some things that we can do to say, hey, this collection of data is coming from this asset or is associated with this product or application, and therefore it has a certain environmental context. This is actually where we leverage our integration with runZero. So runZero will give us that inventory of assets. Customers that are leveraging runZero will add metadata into the runZero platform, and we bring that tagging information into the Armor Code application to a platform to further contextualize the finding. So now I've got a little bit of context. I know, okay, this thing is actually being exploited, or it has an EPSS, it could be exploited. And I now have a little bit of environmental context. I know that this is externally facing. So now I've actually got a good technical quantification of the risk of this, in addition to the CVSS severity rating. The second vector, though, is that something we need to fix with urgency from a business priority perspective, or is it something that I can accept that risk because it's not my front end, system of record or my thing that's driving my core business? It's a back end application that's inside it's never going to see the light of day. Okay, so this is where organizations will switch from a severity orientated prioritization workflow to a risk orientated prioritization workflow. So more to it, but that's kind of like where it starts down, boiling down from millions to hundreds of things that need to be addressed.
That sounds very attractive. How married is Armor Code's platform to the existence of a CVE? Because I know that EPSS specifically, you must have a CVE or else EPSS doesn't care about you. How much of that are you dependent on, or does Armor Code do things like default usernames and passwords, network configurations, stuff like that? Is any of that also working?
Yeah, great question. So yes, when we talk about a finding, so we have we in the platform we conceptualize this concept of a finding. A CVE is one kind of type of finding. It's a publicly disclosed vulnerability. We're going to have other types of findings. The next would be maybe it's a vulnerability that doesn't have a CVE associated with it. Something we found through pen testing or red teaming. It's an internally discovered vulnerability. So we'll probably have a CVSS score because we've done some internal scoring as part of our program, but it won't have a CVE associated with it.
So I work at Foo Corp, and we made our own Foo HR app, right? That's all internal. And then we're, for some reason, excellent at cybersecurity, so we're pen testing our own apps, right? And then we come up with a bunch of findings. This is easy, I assume, to express in Armor Code?
Yeah. So
that
this
sounds
is
rad.
But it actually goes.
I'm now super sold.
So feeling that you're oh wow, now we're going. But there's an additional layer below that as well, and that's the concept of a weakness. Okay. So this is an inherent challenge inside of the system. But weaknesses don't really have a numerical scoring system against them like CVSS. So here, what we'll do is we actually codify based upon the source that we're ingesting from. So a very common source of weaknesses is static application security testing. Different SaaS tools have different levels of fidelity. Right. Some are a little noisy, shall we say. Some of them are more computationally expensive, but a lot more accurate. So what we can do is introduce that concept into the technical risk scoring of the finding itself. So this way we have risk scoring for vulnerabilities, whether they're publicly disclosed or internally discovered. We also have then risk scoring for weaknesses or misconfigurations. In essence, giving you the ability to go kind of beyond vulnerability management to really managing the exposures. So the term that I'll often talk about is unified exposure management, because each of these things are different types of exposure, and being able to model them within the platform.
That sounds great, because a lot of times when I talk to people who are interested in vulnerability, I'm a vuln nerd. I've been doing this forever, and I really like it. I really like doing it. But I know for sure, right, that there are plenty of things to address in security that will never have a CVE, right? And so the fact that you're you've integrated this truth tells me that you're probably a little more sophisticated than the average bear here in San Francisco. Speaking of San Francisco, we are all inundated, with the notable exception of Wiz and their AI-free zone booth. We are all being inundated with AI, LLM, NLP, right? It is all the things. And so can you talk to me a little bit about what Armor is doing. Like, are you farming everything out to LLMs and crossing your fingers and hoping for the best?
That's a great question. Yeah. So actually, so if I rewind the clock a whopping 12 months ago, last year at RSAC, yeah, exactly. We actually launched our agentic interface Anya. This gives us the ability to be able to provide a natural language interface on top of all of that data that we've aggregated into the system to provide intelligence to the user. Now, over the last 12 months, Anya has really become a framework where we're delivering specific agentic components into the platform. So if you think about the platform, think of it like a layer cake. At the bottom is where we're ingesting all of the data from the source tools, and we support over 350 integrations today. And that number keeps going up. The community is so diverse. You go to the early stage expo area, there's literally dozens of new tools there. And all 350 of those integrations have been driven by our community. So all of them built because a customer is either piloting something and they want to bring that into their workflow or deploying it at scale. So what we're doing is we're bringing all of that data in. So the bottom layer of the layer cake is those source tool integrations. The next layer is a series of platform services. So things like SLA, prioritization that we talked about, reporting workflows, exception management workflows, all of those things that you need to be able to manage the program. Now, again, if we rewind the clock 12 months ago, people were kind of like, not so sure if I want to use this AI thing. So what we have done is we've built on top of this a series of services and workflows that leverage those services. Now, probably in the last six to 9 months, that has switched from everybody being, I want to have it turned off, to now I want to have it turned on. That has become the tidal wave that has come at us as an industry. But this is how we've built it on top of the platform. So it's really now is an agentic platform that gives us the ability to do that. Now, what we're going to be releasing next month, so post RSA, is our Anya agents, which are fully customizable agents that you can create and deploy within these workflows. So we've been developing these agents and deploying capabilities out to the customer base. And the clear thing is that everybody wants to do something different. A lot of times we're doing that from, customers are doing that from within their own cloud environment. So our MCP server today will leverage up finding and prioritization information from the platform. Is actually going to be extended further, so you can actually leverage the agents that either we package and deliver or customers package and deliver as well.
So is there so you've said a couple times, right? You have communities and customers and people are kind of building their own thing.
Yep.
Is there a marketplace for this, like you would see an AWS or something like that, right? Or is it? And I really don't know. I'm not trying to tee you up for an easy thing. Maybe this is an impossible question. Is there a marketplace for these? And then how much oversight? Well, not oversight really, but just error checking is going on for these things because the only thing I know about agentic AI is all of the disaster stories because that's what I'm tuned for, right? Because I'm a vuln guy, and so I am still in that 30% who's I don't know. Yeah. So what is Armor Code doing in there? When people, for example, let's say you have a customer, they built a thing that they really like that opens tickets and fills out things and then closes tickets when they're closed. How does someone else pick that up? Yeah. And how do they know that they're not getting owned along the way?
Yeah, no, great question. And today, because we're the one that are developing those agents, we can tightly control that, and we've been very, very careful on that because the normal questions you get when you're doing kind of some kind of AI audit, right? So before a customer onboards, they're going to do a security review, and now AI is a key component of that. So we leverage, we actually leverage Claude, but it's deployed through AWS Bedrock, right? Okay. So, that gives us a lot of those controls. Now, we'll still be leveraging that same infrastructure, but with Anya agents, yes, we're going to be having a community to be able to share those things. That's coming, so that'll probably be towards the end of the year. And that's actually going to be a community, let's call it a marketplace, although it probably won't be transactional. Then that community marketplace is for agents, but also runbooks, which are deterministic workflows that are within the platform, as well as dashboards. So we have a highly customizable dashboarding platform. So people are creating dashboards and want to share them. So we actually did our customer advisory board a few weeks ago, and we normally at those we get a couple of customers to present. One of them was presenting how they're using our MCP to inform their own Claude and Gemini workflow, and then actually passing opinion information back into the Armor Code platform. So not doing an autonomous, non-human governed action, but providing advisory content. This is exactly what the Armor Code agents are going to be doing. And then another customer shared how they deployed software composition analysis at scale, leveraging runbook automations, and immediately everybody in the cab's like, can I get a copy of that? And we have the ability to export and import, but that marketplace is going to be on top of that.
Is that where you see all this going? Like, you said earlier on, like Armor Code they're not a vuln scanner, they're not like doing the scanning work, they're not doing assessment of the terrain, right? But they are pulling in tons of data from runZero and others, of course, other lesser sources. They're all pulling that in, and then what I'm hearing is like, is the goal for Armor Code and is the goal for the industry to like be able to like act on this, not just in the prioritization way of like, okay, human, here's your top 10, but like, okay, human, here's your top 10. I've already fixed like 1 through 6. Tell me about number 7. Is that where we're going?
That's for sure where we're going. I can see, but it's not like
do I then lay down and die?
Well, no. You then get to do the interesting work.
All right.
Okay. So I think of this like an iceberg or a pyramid, right? So when we start talking about prioritization, we're surfacing to the top the most important things. And we're going to leverage things like reachability analysis as well, that's coming from the source tools to further prioritize and move that up. You've then got those things which are potentially exploitable that we need to further prioritize. But when we get down, the reality is there's going to be a whole bunch of mediums and lows that we're just never going to get to. So where I see the world going is that the agents will be pushing things further to the top for the human to review and saying, here's how I think we should fix this. But I know that this system is a critical system, so I'm not going to do it. Right? We'll then have a tier of, here are the things that I've fixed for you, and you'll give it a level of agency, and you'll say, hey, this agent can do these things to these objects. And then there'll be a whole bunch of things below, which are in essence going to be the, hey, you're never going to get to this anyway, and I've gone through an analysis, my opinion is that it's a false positive, or that we should accept the risk, and then the agents will take care of that. In essence, focuses in on the pieces that require the human gray matter, because they can't do everything, and they do hallucinate. And I think the term opinion, which is actually what that customer came up with, I was like, that's actually a really good term. And opinions, they're the same as humans have opinions as well.
Many humans have many opinions. Some of them better than others. It's very weird for me. I mean, we are gentlemen of a certain vintage.
This is true.
I wasn't expecting this fast. What are you hearing like from your customer base on like, the impression I'm getting is that your customers are drooling all over this. Like they definitely want it, right? Do you have classes? Do you have like a 60-30 kind of split on customer? I'm just kind of curious, like, what's the appetite for this kind of thing, like that you've seen?
And
by kind of thing, I mean LLM, active LLM stuff.
I agree with you that this is moving at a velocity that other things have not, right? I mean, like the adoption. If we think about open source adoption, it took probably 5-10 years-ish, right? Something like that. Cloud, probably 5. This you can count in months. And the pace of innovation that the foundation models are delivering is phenomenal. I am seeing very clearly in the community there's a growing percentage. It's probably around about 30% right now of people doing experimentation within their own environments. But I see that growing. I mean, like, if I rewind the clock a year ago, 10%.
Yeah.
Now it's 30%. Everybody that I talk to is doing something in this area.
Yeah.
And we're going to be at a point, if you're not already there today, where 100% of your code's written by AI. We use AI to create the code, but it's the human that's driving that. Yeah. So I think, I think that adoption is rapidly increasing. We've got, when we're talking about just the core Anya capabilities, that's above 90% of the customer base. When I start talking about agentic Claude-driven Hey Prompt actions, that's 30% and growing.
Yeah.
Just my rough gut numbers. Yeah.
Well, and like over the last week, I feel like I've been here a week already. I think it'll be a week tomorrow. There have been a couple cases where I've heard the comparison of like the advent of fuzzing for finding vulnerabilities, like being compared to like the advent of Copilot review shaking out vulnerabilities of open source stuff, right? And some proprietary stuff, and how like us chickens in vulnerability management were like, oh no, fuzzing is going to ruin everything. I have strong recollections of a fellow at CertCC saying like, well, I just found 50,000 Android vulnerabilities. What do we do now?
Yes.
Right? And this was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I think that kind of thing is coming for LLM stuff, because and the trick will be like, how do we make sure that it's real, right? Like, I feel like I need another LLM. Is it just machines talking to machines? Is that where we're getting to?
I have this exact discussion with so it's like I use LLMs now to generate email and can do other content, and then other people consume those with an agent as well. So there is a level of that, I think. But I mean, certainly I already see people taking one LLM to generate something and another LLM to validate it. Sometimes completely different models, sometimes the same model but with different context engineering and prompt engineering behind it. But I think we'll be in a state where all of this is, I don't know how quick it's going to happen, right? I mean, I stopped doing those predictions because it's like this.
Well, and we can't
so
tell
quick.
because this is how we experience time, right? As people, like, we don't know if we're like at a plateau, if we're halfway up the spike. We don't know if it's about to drop off. We can't tell, right? So I guess we'll see.
Yes, it's an interesting time, that's for sure.
It is interesting time. How dare you? How dare you curse me with that? Cool. Well, is there anything else that like I haven't covered on this? I mean, I know we talked a lot about LLM stuff because it's in the air and everything, but is there anything else you want to cover about like prioritizing vulnerabilities? Kind of bread and butter armor code stuff that I haven't talked to you about?
Well, I think the one thing I'll do is I'll give a bit of a plug to the Purple Book community, which is it's a community of security leaders. There's a little over 1,000 that are in that community. It's actually a community that we facilitate, but we don't drive it. We just help make sure that they all get together and we have meaningful conversations.
Is this like an open source thing, or is it like a club? Like, what? Tell me about that.
It's an you apply. It's an invitation oriented thing. So you apply to join. It's not. They do public webinars. Earlier this year, they had Jason Clinton, Deputy CISO of Anthropic, presenting. Dustin Lee, who's also one of the security practitioners there at Anthropic as well, in another session. They just had the Purple Book Connect event that was actually here on Monday. So that was a great event with folks like Phil Venables, a previous CISO of Google Cloud. And it's a great community to have those conversations under Chatham House rules, usually. But one of the things that they've got right now is relevant to our AI conversation. They have a center of excellence talking about how do we securely adopt AI, but they have another center of excellence that's talking about the Cyber Resilience Act, which is a big thing that a lot of people are not fully aware of. And
Yeah.
this is going to, we talked about prioritization earlier, today.
Yes.
Once you have an active exploit and you're aware of that exploit, you have 24 hours to disclose it, 72 hours to provide your full remediation and discovery process, and then 14 days to provide the ultimate fix and mitigation plan. It's like, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's in September.
Well, thanks for closing us out on a huge bummer called the CRA. I'm aware of it, obviously, and I follow it kind of, but I feel like such a dummy when I start reading it. I'm like, this can't be. Am I getting trolled by Anissa? I don't know. I can't tell.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, Mark, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming, and we're gonna cut out for about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with my pals from Vuln Check. So be sure to come in for that. Thank you. hello again, Internet. It's been so long. It's been about 5 minutes. And we are back here for runZero Day. If you're familiar with runZero Hour, it's just like that, but more. And so I am here live in San Francisco, across the street from Moscone Center, in the runZero Day studio, which was built yesterday. It is bananas. I am here with my very good friends, Kimber and Patrick from vuln. How y'all doing?
Great. We're thriving,
Yeah?
honestly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You having a good time?
If you put us in a conference environment, we gain energy, I think.
Yeah. No, this is super fun. And I'm very much looking forward to this conversation here. It is entitled The Network Edge, EOL and Exploitation.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exactly. Thank you for theme music. Now I need a soundboard. Like, I'm a podcaster.
I'll just go to the desk and make sounds for you.
So, why are we talking about this? Like, the thing I know vuln most for is farming CVEs, but I'm sure that's not your entire thing.
It's a noble profession, but it is not our entire thing.
No. Tell me about EOL and exploitation, because this was the subject of CISA BOD 2602.
Yes.
My second favorite BOD now. Yeah. And I think it was something worth saying for sure, right?
Yeah.
But you guys have done some work on it. Tell me about it.
So I every year I do an annual report on exploitation, where evidence was first found for vulnerabilities in the year. And when I ran that, I also categorize all the different technologies. Mm-hmm. And always on the top of the list is network edge devices.
Sure.
So naturally,
and this has been the trend for like a couple years now, right? Like MTreds did a report on this.
Yeah.
A couple other things are like, hey, most things are not vulnerabilities being exploited, but the things that are vulnerabilities being exploited, it's all in edge stuff.
Yeah. So naturally, having done that now for about 2 years, I wanted to explore like more angles to go deeper, right? Because when you're looking breadth, you're looking at some general trends, but this is well before CISA-BOD 2602 came out on the network edge EOL devices. And I just want to understand, as a researcher, I was curious, like, is this all supported devices? Mm-hmm. Is this not supported? Is it consumer technology? Is it enterprise technology? The other question was, like, where are the headquarters of the companies that build these products? Mm-hmm.
Why might that matter?
I was just curious because you're always, I'm always seeing things like TotoLink or TP-Link or I don't know, a range of other link companies. Yeah. And then I was like, I'm curious too on botnets and ransomware,
right?
To see like what they're targeting, and so a lot of it was like manually, jumping through data to figure out, is this EOL, is it supported? Which is a very gray area, from a research perspective. But that was more where the curiosity came. And then CISA-BOD 2602 came out, and I was like, this is
extremely
perfect
convenient timing.
Yeah.
And then the FCC announcement came out, and you were like, oh my gosh, even more.
So tell me about the FCC, Kim.
Kim Burr, yes. So conveniently, we released this report on Monday.
Yeah,
right?
morning.
Monday morning, and then mere hours later, the FCC says all consumer routers that are not from the United States, they're out. Just no more of those.
Should
not be used.
Darkening our shores.
Yes, exactly. And I think there are some important implications in this of if you already have one, it's fine. Just keep using it. But moving forward, we're not going to, I don't know, it's kind of vague, honestly. Are we not going to be importing routers? Are we not going to be selling routers? Will there be a huge tariff on these things? Or how is it actually going to affect the environment? But in the end, the FCC says only use consumer level routers if they are from the United States. And the big question on everybody's mind is, what's from the United States? So, Patrick, we dove into this, and
most of the consumer products that and I have flow charts in the research. Like the majority of consumer products are Chinese headquartered, Taiwanese. You have some U.S. companies, Netgear. That doesn't mean they're made in the U.S. though.
Right.
So you have to keep that in mind. There's maybe one or two other ones. But by and far, my assumption is, I haven't looked under the hood. Most of these are probably made in China or Taiwan, even if they're U.S. companies.
That's where all the chip fabs are.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out. The other thing, when we talk about botnet targeting and then ransomware attribution, that botnets are pretty much tied 100% to consumer devices.
Okay.
And there was no crossover with ransomware campaigns, which were like 100% enterprise. And likely,
that's interesting.
Yeah, my theory behind this is like, there's just not that many enterprise devices compared to consumer devices.
Sure.
So if you want to do DDoS or other types of activities related to botnets, and you want to mass compromise things, consumer devices make a lot more sense.
Well, and you get a longer dwell time in the consumer devices as well, because as you learn, consumers aren't really upgrading their devices.
What?
I mean, shocker.
If they have an upgrade.
Yes. Caveat. Because as you told me, some of the vendors, the providers, the people that we buy the internet from are issuing end-of-life devices to new customers.
Yes.
Yeah.
That has been going on forever.
Yeah.
And I know that 10 years ago, I was scanning internet things.
As one does.
And we would find these places in the world. Spain popped up. I remember this specifically. There's basically one game in town for home residential ISP in Spain, and it was one game in town. They had 3 models of routers, and it was all by region basically. And one region, the inner. My Spanish geography is limited to only medieval Spain, weirdly enough, but modern Spain, right? The Mediterranean side of it.
Yeah.
This band of just this has been end of life for 5 years, right? And we just knew that, and then it's and look at that. This is where all the botnet activity is.
Yeah.
Because there's 10 vulnerabilities on these things that are all remote code execution on the WAN side. Good job. And they keep getting pushed out. And we see that, and I've seen that show up in Vietnam. I see it show up in South America, and I see it in the U.S.
Well, so one of the things I had to go to all the product pages. I had to go search to see if there was EOL data. But some of the firmwares are this one's for Spain, this one's for Taiwan, this one's for China, probably export controls. I'm not sure the reason why. But then you have devices being sold where the firmware hasn't been updated since 2021 or 2020. And so for me, it's that's EOL. If you don't have an update on a network edge device in 8 years.
And that is kind of tricky, right? There's a difference between stable and end of life.
Yeah. End of support and end of life.
End of support and end of life. In runZero, we make the distinction between end of life and end of life extended, which is essentially end of security.
Yeah.
Right. But you're right that we still don't really know. We don't have a good handle as an industry on how to classify these things. And part of it is because no one really wants to say until they're forced to say something is end of life. This was a fight I've had for years with Google and Android. Now Android does advertise an expected end of life. Microsoft has been actually really good at this since Windows 95.
Yes.
Right? They've been excellent at it. But everybody else is all over the map.
This is one of my favorite rants that I have when I get spicy, just really passionate about something. Is the internet is a living, breathing entity.
Right.
And one of the things that's really important to realize about that is we do have life and death cycles. But one of the cool things about the internet is we actually have a zombie cycle, which is things don't just die. Things live forever, and they live without operators. So if it's just an empty host there is one of my favorite bits of research I've ever done that I never talk about is there's this guy who lives in a non-disclosed portion of California who has a bunch of cold fusion servers sitting out on the internet, and he is...
By cold fusion, you mean the software, not the physics.
Yeah, not the physics, the ye olde software that
CFM.
Yes, and they're just still sitting out there on the internet. They are not compromised in any way, shape, or form, somehow, some way.
Okay.
But his company still exists. He as a person still exists. I called his phone number, and he picked it up, and he was like, "Yeah, those servers are fine. They're just doing their thing."
Yeah.
But like that's so end of life that like. It's not patched anymore. It's not doing anything. So how are they not compromised? So I just kind of like waited for them to, see if it ever happened, and they still never have. And I think that's very interesting. Not everything gets that, kind of treatment. Like these routers that are out there that are...
They must have like a, web application firewall in front of them.
They must.
Excellent routing rules.
They must. But like that's kind of what we can expect is this pattern of like things become end of life, therefore they are more valuable to dwell on because, nobody's going out there and unplugging it. Yeah.
Well, they'll never get a patch. It's a signal that like the operator is not really paying attention.
Right.
Maybe in the case that you've given, like he's clearly paying attention.
Yes.
But in many cases, like if you're a like I've done a stint as a pen tester.
Yeah.
I look for the oldest thing in the room,
Yep.
and I punch it in the face.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it is prison rules.
Yeah.
Well, and how many people outside the tech industry, let's be honest, are like, oh, let me check if my router needs an update.
Yeah.
Like
no, they treat it like a phone, right?
Yeah.
They treat it like the phone that used to be wired to the wall.
Well, so my another experiment I did is a few research friends. I was like, hey, give me your modem and router details, and sure enough.
You have very trusting friends.
Sure. Well, I mean, like just like model,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Sure enough.
That's enough.
Sure enough, EOL.
Yeah.
And then I learned from that, like one of them, the ISP supplies the stuff.
Yeah.
So like one of the things that I look at as well is, well, these ISPs have deployed software or routers long ago and modems in many cases, and they haven't updated them. So, then it's like, okay, well, there's a lease on this, or maybe they give it away for free.
Right.
But still, I think there's some obligation and responsibility if you think about that dynamic, where like, maybe more of these ISPs need to take a look at their customers because they're actually knowledgeable and closest to the problem.
Right.
Did your research take a look at like LTE modems and stuff like that, like the cellular?
Yeah, there was some cellular in there.
Because that counts as edge.
Yeah, there was cellular. The categories were wireless routers were number one. Firewalls, network management, which we've seen network management for enterprise.
Right.
Like that's a great place to go for an attacker. You can access to everything. Routers, WAFs, SSL VPN cellular routers, a few. And then modems. And naturally, I think, too, the time to exploitation on the enterprise, it appears to be way faster. On the firewall, SSL, VPN, network edge side. But that also could be reflective of, like, there's probably not as much detection capabilities around consumer devices and consumer exploits.
Yeah.
So
no one's running IDS at home.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which... kind of a problem because since 2020, I mean, I've been working at home since 2006, not to brag,
before it was cool,
but like since 2020 everyone works at home. Like if you're in knowledge work and you don't work for a jerk CEO who's trying to fire you, then you have a work from home experience, right? Like even if it's just part-time, right? And so owning someone's house, like especially for espionage, is very valuable, right? Like, and I've always wanted to try to push, like, how do we get pen testing scopes to include DOCSIS and the home router, right? I think it's super valuable because I know my CFO works from home and he does money stuff, specifically my money stuff. So.
No, I think that's a good thing to push for because, like, the home should be considered a vector.
Yeah.
Like if we're all working at home, then some people.
It's always a balance,
So, EOL is also always very depressing to talk about because we always have to say like death and everything like that.
It's kind of sad.
It's a terrible term, like everything in cybersecurity. It's a terrible term that stuck.
Yeah.
I wrote a whole paper about it. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, that's great.
It's called Undead by Design. Just Google that and you'll find the runZero paper. It was fun to write. I talked to you about it. What else is going on over in Vulncheck land?
Oh, I mean, I can definitely plug a couple of product things if that's okay with you. Because we're doing a really cool new feature that's going to come out soon that I probably am going to make my marketing team angry by talking about a little bit early. It's fine. Our target intelligence, which is going to be looking at devices on the internet from a CVE context, kind of overlaps with some of this research. So what CVEs can we enumerate out there to really get a good idea of, the attack surface and the prevalence of them, because more prevalence means higher amount of targets means higher value to attackers. And
sure. So, but on that note, right?
Yes.
Like Patrick, you were saying that like there's the botnet carve out and there's the ransomware carve out, and they don't really overlap.
They do not.
How do you think this will play out in this area, right? Like things I can reach from the internet, like the target. How much does attacker motive matter, right? When counting targets.
In an ideal world, I would want it to matter so much to people. I would want it to be like the number one of just like, oh, I have one of the most popular things out there. I think it does matter in the context of, when can you expect to be seeing the traffic from this? Like it's one of those evolutions of the attack surface that really says like, oh, we can expect to see a wave of scanning behavior, we can expect to see a wave of exploitation, and then we can expect for it to evolve into a botnet, like inevitably.
Right.
There are some things that don't reach the botnet stage. Those things remain very interesting things.
Right.
So, there's just different ways of looking at the attack surface that isn't necessarily like attack surface management. Like our goal is not necessarily like you patch this, you patch that, but truly like how are things vulnerable, and then where does it evolve into not only botnets but C2 servers, places that are just hosted as droppers, places that are hosted as like SOX 5 proxies. Like it's not just the surface of the attack, but the evolution of the attack. So things evolve in a very interesting way to get the true idea of like where in the life cycle of exploitation are we? Because exploitation is not just like this one-time hit. It's in your research, like it proves over and over again that like exploitation itself is a life cycle that never dies. It lives forever. Did you know this?
I mean, feel free to put a listener on UDP 1434. You will catch SQL Slammer in about an hour.
Exactly.
I shift a little bit and I look at the attacker's motivations. In looking like, what are they trying to accomplish and do? And good example is there's some ransomware operators that are just looking for the lowest hanging fruit,
right?
Which EOL devices are great for. Kind of what you mentioned,
right.
Like what's the oldest thing on the network? Let me just do that. And so that's not always the case, but I think you see these mass compromise instances where a progress move it, a lot of the SSL VPNs, firewalls, like. Their goal is to get a reverse shell and come back to it when they have time to complete the rest of the attack. And so, I think it's going to be interesting.
It is.
But definitely a balance as far as like what people's intentions are from an attack perspective, and those can vary widely.
I think the other thing we're up to, I mean, you alluded to us being noble farmers of CVEs.
Yes.
We're taking a look at like your team, the vulnerability research team, the CNA, like the assigning the CVEs and all of the AI.
CNA is CVE Numbering Authority.
Yes. We explain acronyms on this show. Just how the team is dealing with all of the slop
Yeah, I think combination, right? We have the report of vulnerability service. Any security researcher can submit a vuln. It's not just CVE issuance. We're doing CVD as well, coordinated vuln disclosure.
Oh, wow.
And so in a lot of cases, researchers want the information to get to the vendor or the software supplier, but there's so many channels and so many different policies.
Well, it's confusing.
Yeah,
it's so confusing.
And so naturally, what we found is if we give them an avenue where we can facilitate that for them, they're more likely to do it.
Yeah.
There's some researchers that just love dropping O-days, but it was because they didn't get responses or were frustrated with that experience.
Yeah.
So I think giving them the avenue to report in a way where they don't have to do all the work.
Yeah.
And then, the CVE issuance side, more or less what we're looking for is things that are likely to be exploited or being exploited, and trying to get those in the CVE ecosystem as quickly as possible. So, because ultimately, we know a lot, I'd say probably most tooling in relation to vulnerability management has some reliance on CVE.
Right.
Yes.
And so that, from an obligation perspective, it's like, we do that as a public good. Let's do it. Let's do what's right. Contribute back to the community. It's pretty wild, a lot of fun. Many different interactions from vendors to researchers, and then the AI stuff we're seeing. Some of it very valid, some of it complete slop. The volume is just going to explode.
It's exponential
I think
growth.
in the next year or two, as far as amount of real things that are found that there just weren't enough people, banging on the technology.
And interesting that you bring that up, right? I think that explosion has not happened yet.
Yep.
Oh, really?
It's early.
I think we're
at the start of the explosion.
Tipping point.
Because of the way that we experience time, we can't tell if this is just a little bump, a big bump, a plateau, or anything like that. But boy, oh boy, I think we have started up that curve. Don't know precisely what it looks like, but I think that we are in for it. And if we don't modernize how we communicate these vulnerabilities to vendors, to consumers, to security companies, right, to vulnerability management companies, to aggregators, like the Armor folks I was just talking to, right, we are going to be in a world of trouble because the LLMs will know.
Right.
And they'll tell their LLM friends.
Yeah.
How much are we going to be in the dark about what is my security posture really, right?
Yeah.
And it's a time.
Yeah. I think
it's a time to be alive.
The best metric I think I've seen is looking at CVEs and GitHub advisories in a month of 4x increase. It's we're probably just on the start of the curve.
So we talked about this yesterday. Time also has very little meaning for me at this point. But we had a CVE panel yesterday, and Madison Oliver from GitHub was there, and she spent some time just going into detail. It's we had what was the number she gave? 5,200 vulnerability reports in March. March is not over yet. Last year, they had about 3,000 total.
Wow. Yeah.
And so it is a steepening curve. I think we can actually handle it. I'm not super doom and gloom about it because we've got a whole few city blocks here of people who are very into automation.
Yes. If I were to say the shiny product words about it, everything needs to be machine first, AI speed, agentic communication.
And this is what we were talking about with fuzzing, right? Low those many years ago, we were all worried. That's oh no, now we have fuzzing, so we're going to have 50,000 Android vulnerabilities.
And we didn't know what was in for us at that
The other
point.
thing to take into consideration is with AI, the volume of new products, open source and closed source, that didn't exist 6 months ago.
Oh, we were talking about the different forks of open source that are now going to happen, and the vulnerabilities upon the forks, and how are you going to keep track of those?
Yep.
So we're not doom and gloom. We're very much we can accomplish it.
I think we can do it. I don't think this is unsolvable. Well, hey, Patrick and Kimber, thank you so much for dropping by our little studio here. It has been super fun. I'm going to throw for about 5 minutes to catch my breath, and then we're going to be coming back talking to Casey Ellis about more of the same. Come on back.
Later.
Hello again, Internet. It's your pal, Todd. We have been here all day across the street from Moscone Center here in San Francisco, California, USA, planet Earth. And we have been talking to so many the Hoi Cyberoi, maybe?
The thought lords.
The thought lords. And here we have another one. His name is Casey Ellis. We have been old friends for quite a while now.
Has been a while, yeah.
And we're here to talk about bug bounties in the age of AI. Yes.
I like that. That's cool.
And so, hello, Casey. Thanks for coming
by.
Hey,
thanks for having me, Todd. It's cool.
I think on the website you are listed as Casey Ellis, founder of BugCrowd. This is still true. This will always be true.
I wear a great many hats, number of hats these days. But yeah, best known as the founder of BugCrowd.
But that's not what you do today.
No. I mean, obviously,
it was a point in time,
as you said. Once the founder, always the founder in that sense.
Right.
But I actually stepped back from like the full-time operating role in BugCrowd at the end of January in this year.
Okay.
So letting Dave and the crew kind of take the ship and run with it, which is cool. But that's giving me obviously a bit of time to smell the roses and touch grass and do all that kind of stuff. But there's ideas that have been cooking away in the background that I want to get working on more aggressively, and that's a part of what I've been doing.
Was your step back because you're terrified of AI?
No. Honestly, actually, that's a really good question because I am getting asked that a lot.
Yeah.
I think. We started working with OpenAI back in like 22, just before like ChatGPT dropped. I've been, like as security people want to do, fiercely critical of the hype and the snake oil side of things, but recognizing pretty early on that like this is tech that has transformative implications to it.
Yeah.
So to me, it's really a matter of like, how do we think about all of these things together? To me, it still starts with the security researcher, because when you think about the bad guy, they're human, they've got intent, they're going to end up with the same tools as us. So there's always going to be this like spy versus spy element to it, but the bits in the middle are in the process of shifting. So,
So just as an aside, I have spent a lifetime, playing Sid Meier's Civilization. And when you play Sid Meier's Civilization, the name of the game is tech advancement, and the name of the game is like, I want to show up with battleships against your triremes, right?
Yep.
But
Ideally.
that's not how our world works. Like, we have roughly, I would say, and maybe exactly, the same technical capability on offense and defense. Is that accurate?
We have the ability to access the same technical capability on both sides. I personally think that offense is just inherently more agile than defense. Unless you're working for a nation state inside, a large government office building. Sometimes that's a little slower, but everyone else is pretty fast. So there's a agility and a nimbleness that offense has that defense sometimes struggles with, but otherwise I agree with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I guess I bring it up because like we're all getting AI-ified at the same time.
100%. Yep.
Is there so all things being equal, it's that offensive agility is that still the discriminator, or does LLM assist on offense or defense? Is there an inherent offensiveness or defensiveness with LLM security?
Yeah, I think that it's a really good question. I think where we
this is the beauty
where
of
we end
not
up
discussing
totally
what we're talking about.
Yeah, I love it. I think I've always believed that like defense is offense's child, right? Like you don't go to the trouble of like a hole in the wall between two rooms will serve adequately as a door,
right?
If the goal is to go from A to B, right? But then it's not secure, so you do all the other things. You don't do those things. Go to the expense and the inconvenience unless you realize there's a reason to do that, and that's usually something offensive happening that kind of educates that need. So I think as a primitive, like, defense is kind of the child of offense. And, AI lets you move fast. I mean, on both sides. I think the thing that we've seen a lot, and something that's been kind of keeping me up at night, but that I'm trying to lean into and facilitate as well, is that, like, we're actually really bad at writing secure software.
Yeah.
And we're really bad at patching things that should have been patched a long time ago. Like, the internet's a lot more vulnerable than I think people in security get this, especially if they're on, like, the VR or the VM side of things. But even outside of that, like, I think people are a little shocked at how bad things are.
Yeah.
So, where we're at now is that we've got like, you must be this tall to ride bar has gone down a ton.
Right.
Which means there's more people that can jump in and do kind of whatever the heck they feel like, good and bad. And the things that they're capable of achieving, through the combination of the advancement of the models, but also, like, just how much fragile opportunity there is to do stuff out there on the internet. I think that's kind of the bit that we're in the middle of right now, or just at the start of right now. And I think that hump is going to be pretty bumpy, like getting to a place where we're actually cleaning some of these issues out to the point where defense does actually serve, AI does serve the defender more effectively than it does someone doing offense. I think we can arrive there, but it's going to be a bit of a bumpy road to get there.
Would you say, so, like,
I mean, how spicy do you want me to get, man? I can do that.
we can get hella spicy. My boss left the room. We can get very spicy.
There you go. Boom, done.
Your boss is still here, though. Defenders, right? Like, they operate, at the behest of offenders, I guess. Offensive.
Yep.
Defenders, I think, and tell me if you agree or disagree, or tell me why I'm wrong, right?
Sure.
I think defenders in this space are naturally going to be a little more reluctant to change their tooling, a little more reluctant to adopt, like, anything labeled agentic AI because it's scary.
Yep, sure.
And people on offense are more likely to adopt it faster because the penalty for failure for them is like, I crashed my target.
Right.
Oopsie doodle, not my target.
They're pursuing yes, no, whereas the defender's pursuing everything.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, you can run harder at offense because your goal is just to get across the line.
Right.
Like, as the defender, you're trying to stop all of the ways that might happen from happening. It is like the defender dilemma at, like, AI speed, Y speed is a pretty interesting thing to kind of.
It's like when you have.
About.
So I heard this joke from Stop Podcasting Yourself. Which is a delightful Canadian comedy podcast.
Right.
Guy was, and it made me think of this because he was like, I don't understand why some exit doors are labeled warning. This door is alarmed.
Yeah, the alarm. Yeah,
it's like, well, what do I care? I'm leaving. This sounds like a you problem.
That's usually not true either.
And I feel like, and I've been thinking of that for like 2 days now because I've just heard this.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, if you're on offense, like, your penalty for, like, the worst case in an action, right? When if I have farmed everything out to my AI agents, right, is that likely worst case is, like, the attack fails.
Yeah, you don't get shell.
And you get no shells. It's like, oh darn. And then you can go back and you say, like, why didn't I get my shell? Like, and I can kind of iterate on that. I guess there's the case of, like, oops, I got caught. Like, but how much is that?
I think that's become, I mean, all of this stuff's happened at the same time, because I completely agree. And I think where you're about to go with that is, as a defender, oops, it dropped the production database, and now my company can't make money, which is like a different penalty
I'm out
structure.
of the defense game now.
I mean, on the tactics side of things, like, we saw this in 2000s during COVID, like, basically, the pandas switching from covert to just BERT. Like, let's just minigun the entire internet and get whatever we can from a shell standpoint and set it up opportunistically for later. That's continued, and I think other actors have jumped in with a similar approach, basically just ignoring stealth.
Right.
Like this whole idea of don't get caught, like that's a Western cyber espionage and cyber warfare construct. It's not so much the kind of thing that we're defending against.
Yeah.
So to me, like if you look at what's gestures vaguely
yes, all
around the
this.
place, I kind of wonder how much longer that's going to be important for.
Yeah.
In terms of like operations.
Yeah.
At which point, if you've got all these tooling sets available to you, like why not just join in the whole kind of minigun the internet thing?
Yeah.
Theoretically, I'm not advocating for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Theoretically, in the game.
Yes.
In the game, you mean. So, okay, well, with that downer, well, that's the thing. Like, is it likely the internet is going to be more dangerous, or is this a recency bias of the present, where the internet has always been barely secure enough for most people most of the time?
I think that's the part that everyone's starting to realize. It's like, holy shit! Like, how is this thing still on?
Right. And I can tell you, if it's the nerds.
Yeah, it's the nerds. Well, I think it's the nerds. I think there's partly. I don't want to invoke the whole kind of idea of mutually assured destruction, but like it's partly like if this goes down for one, it goes down for all. You know, that kind of thing. There's some rules of the game that seem to have held up okay.
Yeah.
On top of the valiant work of all the nerds, right?
We had norms at one point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then those norms kind of evaporated around 2020 for reasons.
Yeah. 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 So I don't know. I think. I did a talk, on the recency bias thing. I do think this whole kind of idea of like the geopolitical, like who is a threat actor, who is a good guy, who is a bad guy, and like that's getting blurrier and blurrier. And there's an acceleration to that in terms of how you think about offense and defense on the internet specifically, right? Throw AI on top of that, throw accessibility to AI to a broader array of threat actors on top of that. It's like you got yourself a stew at that point, and I do think that I did a panel in DC 2 years ago. Basically, the question I asked, and this is I think a good thing to think about, like if we've developed cyber defense doctrine and kind of the rules of politeness on the internet through 10 to 15 years of peace and prosperity,
right?
And we're now transitioning out of that. And this is before you sprinkle AI on top of all of it.
Right.
Like, what do we need to throw out, revisit, double down on? Like, what are the things that we've traditionally seen as, like, not okay that might become okay? And, what do we need to be thinking about that we might not already be thinking about? I think that as a thought experiment is a really good time to do that, just because of all of the, things that are kind of shifting right now.
So I don't think people are going to just become more evil because it's easier to be evil, right? I think there is still a place for bug bounties.
Yep.
Right? Like there are people who like finding bugs.
None of this has anything to do with bug bounties.
Right. And I'm trying to slowly steer back in.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing, right? Like in this I guess maybe when I was thinking of the title, it was like, oh, bug bounties in the age of AI. Well, AI is destroying everything, so, are bug bounties even applicable? And I do think they are, right?
Yeah.
Like, bug bounties as an outlet for paying for the labor of people who like solving these puzzles, right? Who don't want to do crime. They have no interest in doing crime, and they don't want to hurt people.
Yeah, they want to, they want to contribute to safety and defense, not like offense and harm.
Incidentally, not mind getting paid.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
So
that still exists.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think that piece, where I think we're at this point in time, is the bug bounty. Because you and I were jamming on this stuff before I started Bug Crowd. The primitive to it is vulnerability research and the fact that people on the outside of an organization find vulns.
Right.
And people inside the organization write vulns because people aren't perfect.
Right.
QED. That's the end, right? There's no real debate on that one. There's also this idea that if you add an incentive, you can actually encourage people to do that and then try to direct their behavior towards the things that are most important for you to learn. And this is where bounty, you go back to the Wild West kind of definition of bounty, where it's you're using, or the
Star Wars definition.
Yes, Star Wars. there's a million of them, but the idea that you're using an incentive to reduce information asymmetry between a disparate group of sources and a single source. Like that's what a bounty is and does.
Right.
I still think that's perpetually relevant because every bug is worth something.
Right.
Like it costs something to put there, it costs something to find, it costs something to fix, and it has value to someone who wants to exploit it.
Right.
That value ranges from 0, which is where all the slop stuff's happening right now, which is why everyone's freaking out.
Okay.
Right? All the way up to, you hear about handset ODay going into the intelligence community and things like that in the $1 million range. Like to me, I see it, what we're talking about actually on that spectrum, and I think that continues to exist. Where I see it get shifted around a bit is where it's been confused with like pen test or just assurance, where like people aren't actually fixing things anyway. It's just kind of a, the places where we've sold security to folk that don't actually care, I think those are going to come under a lot of pressure as an industry just in general over the next period of time.
What do you mean by that? The places where we're solving security where people don't care?
Selling security to people.
Selling security to people.
So like the whole idea of like, have this pen test. Well, yeah, cool. The only reason I'm doing this is because the compliance guy told me to,
I must
and I'm not
check
doing
the box,
it. That's
so I'm
it.
going to find the cheapest thing that's called a pen test.
Exactly. So what's the value of that? Checking the box. It's got nothing to do with risk reduction necessarily. So if that's true, it's going to have a lot of pressure on it and kind of go away.
Right.
And hopefully what's left behind is this idea that like bugs are worth something. How do we think about that and actually plug that into how we think about risk going forward? That's what I'd love to see happen.
Well, speaking of bugs being worth something, what's going on with Disclose.io?
Disclose.io!
Disclose.io, your one-stop shop for
we've been busy.
Things and stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. So Disclose.io started off as really an effort to standardize, like the mission of it is to make vuln disclosure suck less across the internet. Like how do we just make this standardized, normalized, get everyone on board, kind of view it as this primitive of how the internet works instead of this like optional bug bounty or pen test light thing. And a big part of the goal was to try to get the DOJ to amend the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Sure.
Which, eventually we got the charging rules changed in 2022.
Right.
Partly that was a team effort from all sorts of different places, but what this project contributed to that was boilerplate language that got adopted.
Yes.
Where you had
lawyers, by the way, this is a major accomplishment.
Like copy paste stuff.
But what I'm saying, like if you ask a lawyer, it's like, oh, can I just like copy paste this thing? Can I boilerplate this into my terms of service? They'll say, no, absolutely not. You need a lawyer. You need to pay a lawyer to write this thing over and over and over again.
Yep, exactly.
So to get a bunch of lawyers to sign off on the notion of boilerplate is an amazing feat.
No, I appreciate it. It's been a journey. I mean, I've been working on that since like 2014. We created Disclose.io as a brand in 2018. So that's kind of the key thing. What we've just done is added basically a programs database that goes through every vuln disclosure policy that we can find and actually classifies it.
Okay.
So it pulls out the different attributes. So if you're a security researcher and you're looking for where to submit a thing, or if you're looking for where to hunt, you can use that as basically a vendor agnostic guide.
Okay.
For what good might look like. The other thing that we're wanting to do with that is to really kind of establish this idea of a maturity model for organizations. Like the top of the top is you've got full safe harbor, you've got proactive CBD, like you're making yourself accountable to researchers as an organization, and you're also making them feel safe as they do that. There's very few organizations that actually do that. But like that's like the top of the hill, right? And then
is
kind of
there
goes
a metric in there of is a CVE numbering authority?
No, not yet. That's a good idea.
Is it a good idea?
We should jam. No, I mean, look, honestly, I think
because I don't know, right? Like I've said to people in the past, it's like, oh, well, like you can trust that this tech company, right? Like if you're gonna if you're doing research and you find a vulnerability and then you go down this disclosure process and you see that they're a CNA, oh, they probably know what they're doing.
They're probably doing something right. Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, okay. So that's for sure. Like I think of those as like proxy indicators of security maturity,
very
just
proxy.
In general.
Yeah.
But also for the researcher, you can kind of expect better, a better experience off the back of that. So there's that. We've also got a open source database of threats made against security researchers, like attrition.org style.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of fun.
So like cease and desists, I assume.
Yep.
Hey, you're a good person to ask. How many people have gone to real court for disclosing a bug? Like, because I know a lot of people worry about the cease and desist. And, and for a normie who's not married to an attorney, getting a cease and desist can be really scary.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
But then, like, people will ask me, it's like, oh, well, I got the cease and desist. What do I do? I'm like, you either cease and desist or don't, because all this is a letter from somebody with a fancy letterhead.
Yeah.
Like, this is not from a court.
Yeah.
This is not, we're about to arrest you.
Yeah, correct.
And so I'm curious, do you know, off the top of your head, how many people have been lately or ever?
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
I think it might be less than 10.
It's low. It is low. I think if that's the point you're trying to get across, like the actual use of,
like it may be a zillions.
No, I know that's true. I don't know the exact number. Yeah. And that's talking about CFAA. Like one of the stories in there was some researchers in Malta that hacked a train.
Yes.
Good faith, like disclosed all that stuff, got their door kicked in.
Yeah.
And we actually came in through we got arrested for that. We actually came in through the Security Research Legal Defense Fund, funded their legal defense, and got them a presidential pardon. And now there's like legislation being written in Malta to carve out good faith hacking. So like,
tell me more about
it still
this,
happens, right?
It does still happen. Yeah. And like it happens in Texas. It happens in Missouri. Like our friend Harley Geiger is always on the drum beat of like, cool, we did something cool with CFA.
Yeah, we got to
now
harmonize
do it
the states
for all
now.
the states.
100%.
Tell me about the Security Research Defense Fund, because I just heard the story about these hackers in Malta.
Yep. It's a nice little segue there.
Right. But like it's not just for US or
correct
or Usual 5. It is worldwide.
Yeah, 100%. So the SRLDF, Security Research Legal Defense Fund, Jen Ellis and I joined the board there about 3 weeks ago.
Oh wow! At the same time?
Yeah,
holding hands.
Yeah, it's an Ellis Ellis takeover, or whatever you want to call it. It's good to be working with my honorary colours. But yeah, the idea there, it's a 501c3, so people donate into it, and what we do is accept grant requests from people that have had legal threats against good faith security research, and then we'll basically write them a grant to fund legal representation. So it's, like the big use case that pops up is like kids that go on Internet Safari and end up stumbling into a dark corner, and they don't know what to do on the legal side. They might not have the means to do anything about it.
Right.
So yeah, it's cool. Like I think that,
and this is distinct from EFF's action, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the whole thing there is like, okay, you're maybe in Malta or maybe in Australia, maybe in India, like wherever you might be. Not in a jurisdiction where American lawyers are going to be super helpful,
right?
For example,
right.
That's a big thing as well. So like, we'll help you find that and actually fund it. Yeah,
the far off land of Canada.
Yeah, Canada is a great example. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's probably the big thing with that I've been doing this week is trying to make sure that researchers understand that that's available to them, and that they can reach out. And also, we're obviously always looking for donors and people that want to come in and support that type of project financially as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I love keeping kids out of jail.
I think it's a good plan, right?
Is there a pipeline from the Security Research Legal Defense Fund to Disclose.io to gainful employment?
I think you can kind of get a picture of the ecosystem that I'm traversing here. Like I see all of these things as related because security researchers, going back to where we started, I believe are going to continue to be the tip of the spear in terms of how we think about securing the internet. That'll forever be true. So we've got to protect that ecosystem and make sure it functions. And even, with what we were saying with AI coming in and kind of tipping everything upside down right now, that's all the more reason to lean in on that type of thing, I think. So, yeah.
All right, well, I think that is a great place to leave it. Thank you for not being so doom and gloom like all my other guests today. This has been great. Like, look it up, Security Researcher Legal Defense Fund and Disclose.io, both very open source, kumbaya. And we're going to take a break for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back with H.D. Moore, Jared and Zakir, and we're going to be talking all about all of those weird things as part of the decibel land of this whole situation here. So we'll be right back. 5 minutes. Catch ya. Hello again, Internet. Yes, I'm back somehow. And yes, we've been doing this all day. We're in the final stretch, though, because I am joined by Jared, Zakir, and HD right here for the final hour, I think, is what we're in here now. And we're going to be talking with these three brilliant gentlemen, I might say, about perimeters and pathways, protecting the complete attack surface. Jared, why are you on this couch?
Oh, geez. I don't even know where to go with that. So I'm Jared Atkinson, CTO at SpecterOps, and I think we're more on the pathway side, very much not invested in the perimeter side, but happy to maybe let other people introduce themselves.
And Zakir?
Hi, my name is Zakir Drumarich, founder and CEO of Census, and really we're looking at the perimeter and perimeter beyond side of the story.
Cool.
It's HD Moore, founder of runZero, and we're looking at mostly the inside of the network, but also all the different pathways across the network and through them, IT, OT, and everything in between.
Great. So, gentlemen, so what do you think people who have... So, if I have a company that has a place and I have some lands, this seems to be like the default traditional model of networking. What would you say to such a CTO, CIO still exist, right? I think. Or are they
chief
all
AI
CISOs?
Officers now.
They are chief AI
Based on what
officers.
we've heard this week, at least. Yeah.
So what do you like? What is the thing that these folks don't already know is the problem?
You want to start from the outside in?
Sure. I think a lot of the pieces we look at is it'd be really nice if there was sort of that one central place and everything was inside of it and there was this one defined perimeter. I think the piece that really sticks out for us looking at the outside is the number of satellites and then the paths actually from those into the real network. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of what we see is we're looking at even things like a remote control system on an LTE modem, but that is connected back through some SCADA protocol into the internal of a network. We're also looking at, in a lot of cases, I think people think of the cloud, they think of Amazon and Azure and Google, right? Like the big three. But then you get into what actually is every cloud provider in every one of these other countries where you have some data sovereignty law that says you must use this provider.
OVH is a big one, right?
Yes, but for every country you can come up with ones and you have this very long tail. And each one of those satellites still usually has some pathway in. And I think for us what we've seen is that I think people thought in the beginning it was enterprise and then it was cloud. I think a lot of what we're seeing is the satellites. Can you find those satellites? Do you understand the relationships between those? And for a lot of our big customers, you can be talking thousands, tens of thousands of those different accounts, different places that can be those entry points. In most of the cases, they do have that privileged access back in. But what is the piece that gets forgotten, of course, is that satellite piece.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, how do they find them?
Yeah, I guess from our perspective, a lot of times we kind of operate with the assumed breach, which is this idea that attackers can get in through myriad ways, and then the question is what that we're asking is what can you do once you're in, right? And so this started with Active Directory. It's I compromise an identity. How can I leverage the access that identity has to take over resources and then compromise additional identities and then kind of roll that up and accumulate control? We've really started to kind of like look into how does Active Directory feed into these other systems, things like Okta, things like GitHub, and we're finding that there's kind of this relationship to where you might set up Active Directory to have federated access into Okta, and then Okta is used as kind of almost like a transit hub of how do you gain access to all the different SaaS applications. And so the general idea is get initial access on somebody's work computer, right? Typically that's going to be an AD computer, not always, but conceptually. And then you are able to see what systems do I have access to and kind of like at what level of privilege. And then the question is can I discover who else I should target in the environment and then go find your attack path to get to that user and then gain full control over something like a GitHub, a Snowflake, 1Password even, right? And kind of go from there.
Cool. From the internal network side of view, I think it's neat because you kind of take in both these angles, right? one thing we do that's fun is we'll scan the internal network for a company. We'll fingerprint all the TLS services like remote desktop, SMB, et cetera, and then we'll go look on the internet to see if those hashes of those certs are public anywhere else. So we happen to find a remote desktop TLS certificate on the internal network, and it's externally. We know exactly how it's in the network, right? So that's one way you can do like satellite hunting from the inside perspective as opposed to outside. But generally, we're trying to help customers identify like one, where is their stuff, how's it connected, finding networks they didn't know they had. In a lot of cases, like our customers will do a full RSAC 19 scan with a certain TTL, and it's literally go blast everything, try to find everything in 10/8. Where it gets fun though is kind of back to kind of Jared's side of things, which is you have all these different trusted relationships between devices. You could say I've got a VLAN that's segmented, another VLAN that's segmented, but if your device that segments the VLANs, like let's say your Cisco switch, has its management port exposed to your guest wireless, like is it really segmented if an attacker can resegment it for you?
For sure.
So that type of stuff is what I get really excited about.
Definitely.
Yeah. So taking this up, like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm a little bit intimidated. I do not belong in this couch
you
chair.
don't.
Because, like, I think if you're taking like this view from Spectre Ops, Census, and runZero, like these are three great tastes that taste great together, right? There's a reason.
I'm actually quite impressed with the like synergy between the three different approaches, right? So it's like the things that we don't look at, you're looking at, and it's really cool how it kind of comes together to form this full picture, right?
Yeah.
And it's almost we were talking about this idea of like we use the map analogy. Bloodhound kind of started off with this Google Maps, like how do I get pathfinding? How do I get the directions from my initial access point to the thing that I actually want? But then we were talking about maps, and you think about Google Maps to where you have different views. You have a satellite view, a topographic view, a street view, and it's kind of like all these things are kind of coalescing together to give us the full picture of what's actually happening, which is really interesting.
And a brag on behalf of Jared. So Bloodhound is fantastic. It helps you find like the shortest path to an attack that you didn't know was there. And as you start layering not just the identity, but you start layering things like Okta, GitHub, and then all the network infrastructure, the satellites you're talking about, external, internal, et cetera. Like you start finding like it's like a 4D graph at that point. You have so many different ways to go from point A to point B that nobody's thought about that are not part of anyone's defense.
Oh, for sure. That's kind of why we ended up creating the enterprise product. Not to be too sales pitchy, but the general idea was we're using it for red teaming, and when you do a red team, you kind of give the one attack path or maybe the few attack paths that you actually traverse during the actual op. But then what happens is they fix that, and then there's a million more attack paths, right? And so it's like, how do we give you directions to prioritize where you should be making those changes so that you can actually fix things like holistically, as opposed to just like onesie twosie. And then when you look at like in aggregate, you're not actually making any difference, right? So that's. But then the idea is you're adding additional information. And that's the really cool thing that HD did, which is taking the runZero data, integrating into the graph, and that lets us answer a bunch more questions like. Maybe there's false positives because there's compensating controls, and you can start to layer that in and get a better picture of what's actually going on.
Are those compensating controls, right? Is that what network borders are made of? Because like I think about specifically like Census. In my mind, Census is sweet spot is like scanning the internet over and over again and like finding the things that like I care about for my stuff. runZero's sweet spot is the internals networks, OT networks, things like that, and Spectre Ops' sweet spot is mapping the two, right?
Sure.
And I'm wondering like, are we always just kind of teetering on the edge of like we don't have an inside and outside, like the inside and outside is delineated by address space, right? Like RFC 1918, like you said. Is it all compensating controls on the way all the way down? Like I would be curious to know, like from a census point of view, like how do you think of like what is outside?
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, I think this has actually gotten even blurrier over the last couple of years because network infrastructure itself has become almost like the prime target for attack. And so we used to think about firewalls and VPNs as part of this compensating controls, and now it's the actual attack surface. And so I think that has actually made it really cloudy for us, which is the network itself becoming that main attack point, or KVMs or other infrastructure that's used, LTE modems, Fortinet devices, all of this stuff, in many cases, is now the attack surface. And so I would say that has really blurred it because if there ever was a line, that has been completely erased at this point. What we're thinking about is what is the low-hanging fruit? What is visible? What is that initial access into it? And I think after that, between SpectraOps and runZero, like you see where it goes. For us, the question is even defining that line, knowing what is yours has become really complicated.
Right.
And I think that's where we're focusing on is just understanding that perimeter is a massive job in and of itself, helping to define that, and then working with other partners to say, now that you have that perimeter, where does that go? But I agree. Like I think that line is blurrier and blurrier by the day.
I have kind of a question for the group, really. So, we do all this work to be preemptive, right? We're trying to find ways to prevent attackers from breaking in the first place. That's kind of what we're all here for, is making sure that you don't get compromised, that you can avoid a breach in an incident. However, when that doesn't work for some reason, when there actually is an incident, like, how does your focus, your work, your product really help with that incident response part?
Yeah, I kind of come from a defender perspective. That's like what I did before I got in the position that I'm in. And the way that I think about it, I think about the detection and response process more than the IR process. So maybe that's a little bit of a variation of your question. But one of the deals that we have to contend with is this idea that we have more alerts than we have resources to parse those alerts and deal with them. And so one of the things that we're thinking about is how do we make sure that we inject context from the graph into the alert processing, like the prioritization, right? So, for instance, the simplest question that you might ask is, the alert gives you context, so that's like a contextual starting point. And then the question that you might ask is there a path to tier 0 or to some system that I care about? If the answer is no, that doesn't mean that it's not a true positive. That doesn't mean that it's not potentially worthwhile to look at. But maybe it's not as important as something that does have a path to tier 0, even if that's something that has a path to tier 0 is not guaranteed to be a true positive, right? So it's like a prioritization kind of use case, I think.
Yeah. No, we started this conversation on the perimeter side, but actually a lot of Census's use case is actually not understanding your perimeter, but everything beyond it. So when you have an alert, you have an incident that occurred, right? It's not happening right this second, right? You have something that happened in the past, and then you have this question of like, okay, I have this flow record, I have this alert, I have this, but like, who was involved? Like, what was the other side? You have some public IP address. Was this ours? Was this some suppliers? Did this just belong to Netflix and I can get rid of it? Was this C2 at that time? If it was C2, like, who does it belong to? It's funny, you say it's context. So actually what we see a lot of times is people have indicators, but then they're missing the entire internet context. Sure. There's a lot of internal telemetry. They have a lot of this data, but then people are completely blind to the other side. There's ephemeral devices, there's auto-scaling workloads. What might be a device owned by you 1 hour is completely different a few hours later in somewhere in Amazon, another cloud. And so a lot for us actually is that incident response piece, but there's actually the fact that we can rewind the internet back and say, at that time, here's actually the players that were involved, here's what's going on, here's how to map out the other pieces of this and actually understand that incident. And then this oftentimes does come back to your perimeter. Okay, what are the other devices that looked like this one at the time? Maybe they're known, maybe they're unknown. How might this, can you essentially put together that complete story of what happened when you really only have these sort of imperfect, fractured perspectives of what actually happened?
Yeah, just to kind of follow that a little bit, like the fact that you can like rewind time and look at the state of the internet or the state of your internet when the breach occurred means a lot. So if you're looking at a Bloodhound graph and it looks fine now, but you roll back 6 hours ago and then you see an admin session on a box that wasn't there before, go, aha, right, that's where it is. Kind of same thing. If you're looking at an IP address that seems boring right now, like a random host, but you go back and you find a C2 listening on it 6 hours ago, obviously that's important. And runZero side, very similar, right? If we see the device acting funky internally, or even if you just want to understand more about your adversary, you can just point runZero out and go scan them, right? So it's a very quick way to figure out what is this thing, how did it get here, how long has it been there? But I think a lot of folks kind of undervalue the historical aspect, especially when it comes down to responding to a breach.
Definitely.
So we're in San Francisco, it's RSAC, AI is in the air.
Oh boy. I thought that was the word that was not to be mentioned.
Oh, don't worry.
Okay.
I've been talking about AI all ding dang day. I really like the graphical representations from all three of these products and product portfolios, right? Like they all look cool. They communicate quickly to a good human operator with my stupid human eyes. Is there a scale mismatch if, like, let's say I want to throw an LLM at at an ideal case of a Spectre Sensory Zero, right? Like that stack. Like, is there are you over optimized for humans, or is it like a flick of the switch to say, like, hey, LLM, take all of this stuff and maybe don't bother with the visualization parts?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we struggle with, frankly, is this graph databases are made to run Cypher queries, and actually the corpus of Cypher queries is not very large.
What is a Cypher query? I know. Okay. I just want to find out if you know.
So Cypher is a language that allows you to ask questions about the graph, basically, right? And so you would be able to say, show me, here's a pattern that I'm interested in. Maybe a user has a session on a computer. Show me all the instances of that, and then you could start to narrow it in and like add different filters to narrow down what you're looking at. Yep. So SQL is great. There's this huge corpus of SQL queries, and then you can train an LLM or a model to do like natural human processing of SQL queries. Cypher doesn't work that way, and so we have APIs that will do kind of basic queries, but the ability to kind of ask arbitrary questions from human language to Cypher is actually quite difficult to teach the model to do that.
I think one thing you're hitting the nail on the head of is that these LLMs, even the really good ones, even the frontiers, they can't accept more than 1 million tokens at a time. So you can't just take your network, your AD graph, your map of internet, and shovel it into an LLM because it's not going to work. So the key part is how do you get just the relevant data out? How do you give it a tool to be able to find the relevant data? And honestly, if you do that work, you may not need the LLM anymore.
For sure.
Yeah, I think it really depends what you're trying to do with it. When you're operating at this scale and this real-time notion, you're not going to be using LLMs to label everything on the internet to make sense of things. At the same time, I think for most of our customers, we're not the only data source. There's many internal pieces of telemetry. There's business data. There's our data. There's other internet data sources, and people are trying to put together the picture of what happened. And if you look at what analysts are doing, especially on the threat side, right, people are pivoting around. They're saying, how far do I work? Can I go before this story doesn't make sense anymore, or balloons too much? They're trying to figure out what indicator here might match up with an indicator in another system where it looks similar, but it's not quite the same. And so I think there actually are a lot of opportunities where if you have the right data, there's this question of sort of, can you build these hypotheses? Can you test them? Can you look at how these pieces fit together? And I think just given the fact that a lot of incident response and threat hunting is this sort of exploration of the space, means you can parallelize some of this. You can ask more questions. You can have these hypotheses. Does it mean that it's going to be able to find everything or label everything or understand the intricacies of how some of these protocols work? I don't think we've seen that, but what we have seen is the ability to parallelize this, to ask these different data sources, to come up with hypotheses, and really then give humans a better idea of what to look at in that data, where to look at things over time. There is benefit there, but I don't think we're at the point where it's solving problems end to end either.
Right.
You okay with one more question?
Yeah, well, go for it, dude.
All right, so I love y'all's take as like, folks who are building products from scratch, right? Starting from zero, especially in a world of AI. When you look at a product like a video game, like your goal when playing that video game is to have that GPU at 200 Celsius, to have your fans screaming, to have everything burning, everything it possibly can, so you get smooth, buttery puddles in Cyberpunk 77, right? That's the whole point of it. But we are building enterprise products, we go the exact opposite. We don't want there to be a single blip or IOP that we can avoid because that's how you make this scalable. With AI, I believe, we're starting to see folks doing a lot more of that video game model. We're preemptively doing a ton of work for the customer ahead of time, trying to basically predict what they're going to want to see and have it already pre-baked. What are your thoughts about having security products doing that preemptive, pre-baked, LLM or not, generated data flows?
Yeah, I mean, I think that over time we start to get an idea for what people are looking for, and I think it's perfectly fine. One thing that I would really like to add to Bloodhound is the ability to we don't have like a dashboarding capability, so some of that we have the ability to query the graph and interact with the graph and kind of move around, but giving people those data flows actually is a hurdle that we're trying to get over. But being able to quickly figure out what are the questions that people are asking imminently and then give that to them is certainly a really useful use case, right? So something that I think we're thinking about for sure.
mean, I think there's value if it can sort of speed up this iteration cycle that people to go through, especially for us with the amount of data you have, especially going back historically. The queries do not come back in real time, and we're adding terabytes of data per day, and you say, okay, I want to understand what happened in the last 3 months, or I want to understand every internet asset that looks something like this. Even with all this elastic compute, this stuff's not instantaneous. These queries take 5-10 minutes to run sometimes, and then you come up with another hypothesis, and it takes 5-10 minutes to run, and right, like you expand that out, and that sucks up a lot of time. That's sort of dead time, and so I think there's the ability to sort of to sidestep that, tell people here's a path that might look valuable, or multiple hops out. We sort of went down these multiple paths and this one seems valuable. I think that's interesting, it's valuable. Again, I don't think it's foolproof. I think it's sort of, here's a hint of a place that might be a valuable place to look or a place to go, or let me translate something technical to something an analyst might not understand the intricacies of that. And so I think, yes, there's a value. I don't think it's a silver bullet either. I think it's something where I look at it as if it's saving time. If it's making it easier, that's a win. But that's how we should really be approaching a lot of these AI pieces, is how do we really enable humans to be better, to be faster, to be more efficient, to find things they couldn't previously find.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the front end design, right, what you're talking about, like I would love all of these products to feel more like video games, right? Like be more anticipatory of like the kinds of things that I want to know about my network right now. And maybe that's a place where like LLMs can help out, at least on the development side, right? Because like it's these development cycles that are kind of killing us. We have a couple minutes left. I wanted to give you some space for any kind of final thoughts, and I'm going to open with Zakir.
All right. So I'm actually going to go the other side for the perimeter. One of the places we've been really looking at a lot recently is the attacker side of things. And I think a lot of what we found is all of these tricks and features we use to map out what is the attack surface of a company actually work very well to make sense of what an adversary looks like on the internet as well. And what we've been really excited about is that we can track a lot of this infrastructure in real time, actually proactively, before it gets used, before it gets deployed to mount attacks, using a lot of those same types of patterns that we've been using for years just to help people understand what did they look like. And I think what it comes down to is people have this imperfect understanding of themselves, their suppliers, of critical infrastructure, of different sectors, of adversaries. But the fact that we're not like do a lot of this in real time, we're very, very excited about, because it helps us get to that point where we're actually being a bit more proactive about understanding adversaries, not waiting for an attack to happen, not waiting for intelligence to flow through. And that's something we've been spending a lot of time on and are very excited about.
Cool. Yeah. With Bloodhound, I think we're really excited about expanding the graph to cover more of the systems that you depend on, right? So we're particularly focused on the IDPs because that's what brokers access to everything. And then we're starting to think about what are the systems where your sensitive data is or are. GitHub, for instance, is something that we really looked into. I just had a suggestion for Databricks as something that might be really interesting. We've looked at Snowflake, for instance. And the question is how do all these things compose together, right? So it's not just about, it may be interesting to ask the question in a vacuum of what GitHub users have access to which GitHub repositories. That helps you to audit kind of like how you've granted access and things of that nature. But it's really interesting to understand, okay, what is the SSO provider for GitHub? What is that connected back to on-prem? What do your GitHub sessions look like? So if maybe you have cookies when you're logging in through the browser and I could still eat those cookies, and so how do I represent that in the graph so that we understand all of the different ways that an attacker might go from initial access up into these sensitive data sources.
runZero side, something I've been playing around with right now is doing deeper topology discovery. So not just layer 2, layer 3, like user switch ports, things like that. We're really good at finding multi-homed assets that bridge subnets together, but we haven't gone like the step past that. So one thing we're working on now, for example, is BACnet, the building control protocol being used for HVACs, things like that. If you just scan for BACnet on the internet, there's 30,000 or so. However, if you connect those devices and then enumerate what's behind them through the serial bus, you find many, many more devices, and then you find the much more critical ones. You find the life safety, fire alarms, water systems, things like that. So on one hand, we're seeing that there's lots of critical infrastructure exposed to the internet, but there's an even deeper layer hiding just behind that first layer.
Right. That blows my mind, to be honest. That's something that's like not even on my radar, and it's amazing to hear about.
Well, With that terrifying revelation, I think we're going to take a break for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be back with HD, but not you two.
Oh, no.
Back to the cyber minds with you. But we are going to be bringing Jay Cran on to talk about Mallory and AI. So you're welcome. Awesome. You don't have to be part of that. Thank you, and we'll be right back.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Awesome. Yeah.
hello there. I didn't see you come in. That was a lie. This is the, I believe, the penultimate segment of runZero Day. If you've seen runZero Hour, it's just like that, just so much longer. We are here in San Francisco, across the street from Moscone Center, just to remind, and I'm here with legitimately some of my oldest friends in Austin, HD and John Cran, who, that is the last time I will refer to him as John Cran. He is always and forever will be J Cran. Apparently, I only know people by initials, which is also your day. So, hello, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
It's great to see you, J Cran. So, we're here today to talk about the infinite eye, how AI threat intelligence gives defenders an asymmetric edge. What?
Wow. What an intro.
I know.
Yeah.
What's your deal, J Cran?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. I'm super excited to see you guys. I see you so rarely in Austin these days, so it's nice to get together in San Francisco. So we're kind of pre-launch. We've been building, we as a small team of practitioner engineer types have been building for a couple years now on a AI threat intel, product called Mallory. And Mallory is...
I've heard of Mallory.
Yeah, okay.
She's kind of a jerk.
Yes, yeah. So it was kind of a, I like to have a double entendre for any sort of like significant name. And Mallory was, the attacker in the Alice and Bob RSA, kind of early
describing cryptography. Yeah. You often have Alice wants to talk to Bob.
Yeah.
Eve is peeking, and Mallory is actively getting in there and throwing punches.
That's right. I was able to snag that name early on, and I was like, oh, that's perfect. We could go any number of directions you want to go with this, but ultimately, I was frustrated personally with being able to keep up with what's happening in cyber. I don't know how you guys feel. I feel old. I feel old. I feel it in my bones these days. My feet hurt. It's really, what we started doing was collecting signal from every source we can get our hands on. Of course, MITRE and NVD and CISA and the official sources, but also vendor blogs and a lot of OSINT and ultimately some dark web stuff, and wanted to pull that together into a cohesive understanding of what's happening in the world. Yeah. And that became the genesis of Mallory. And we realized as soon as somebody starts looking at that, they go like, yeah, so what? There's tons of stuff happening. Does it matter? And so now we're starting to contextualize it to the organization. We learn what industry they're in, ultimately what technologies they're running, and try to make it so that you can answer the question, am I exposed? Does this matter? Does this particular thing that's happening in the world right now matter to me? And answer that quickly. And so am I exposed in 5 minutes or less is really like the goal, like across everything. Not just, vulnerabilities, which I think, you guys may know a thing or two about the vulnerabilities. And also across supply chain and software supply chain and, any number of these attack surfaces that are out there today. So, and of course, we started working together a long time ago and have kind of continued that relationship, and it was really exciting to get a chance to show it off to you guys and ultimately to
work brag about why we use it, how we use it.
Yeah.
So J Crown is very nice to let us use Mallory in the early days, and our goal at runZero is to help customers not get owned, right?
Yeah.
We want you to know about every breach that's going to be significant, every potential breach as soon as you possibly can to make sure you can take it offline. So a lot of times vendors will tell you that there's a new vulnerability with IOCs, which means that there's already active exploitation by the time you can hear about it. So our goal is how do we go as fast as we possibly can from understanding that a new vulnerability is significant to telling our customers exactly what systems are exposed quick enough that they can avoid being compromised or backdoored. Yeah. And that's the whole bit, right? So since we started working with Mallory, we've basically beaten every single other threat vendor on the planet to the punch. So we had a blog post out with a search query in the product to find all of your MongoDB servers affected by Mongo bleed Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Some of our competitors started working on it January 9th.
Yeah.
And that's been it. So if you've been using runZero to watch your stuff, every major vulnerability, you're usually hearing about it from us first, along with a list of exactly what stuff is affected in your environment, and that's all due to Mallory.
So it's very generous of you. The team at runZero is pretty incredible, and so it's been a really my pleasure to work with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys. No, it's in dog fooding and kind of helping us build the product and sort of putting the challenge in front of us of you needed to be faster than every other single vendor, right? Which forces you to go to the sources to make sure, and I describe it as like a research and analysis pipeline. We're taking all this content. You should be able to put any piece of content into this, and it should figure out if it's actual real threat intelligence, how important and how trusted is that piece of information. You should be able to throw Moltbook into it and have it figure out, oh yeah, that's a bunch of agents chattering, like that's not real. And there's real challenges with the noise on the internet these days. And so high signal, fast, and I put it on the front page when seconds matter, right? You should know. And so, the Trivy thing going on this week, where, Trivy, the security scanner is compromised, it's pretty exciting to watch that unfold in real time. And so we've been kind of tracking that, and we have the full timeline. And it's on the website, too. You can actually go hit stories and actually see how it unfolded and how it's still unfolding in real time.
So I would say, like, the thing, like, just dialing very personally, right? The thing that what has Mallory done for me lately? It has gotten me just a little bit more,
be careful now.
More along like the line of like, okay, I guess I can use like LLMs, AI, whatever we're calling AI, to do my job faster and smarter, right? Like Mallory, of all the offerings out there, like I like ChatGPT. I do. I think it's fun. But that it's a toy as far as I'm concerned. Whereas Mallory seems like, oh, this is kind of super dope. And it reminds me, I can hear your voice in it. And I can say that because we all used to work together on Metasploit.
That's right.
And we did exactly this of like chasing hot vulns to know like where should Metasploit go next, right? Like in early days of Metasploit, we all worked on it. We were all in IRC all the time and say, oh, have you seen this? This seems cool. Oh, this is there. Oh, this is a lot of targets. We need an exploit for this. Oh, it talks a protocol that's weird. Todd, go write the protocol. Okay. Yeah. And so I do hear a lot of JCran in the voice of Mallory. We had a really fun conversation that I would like to explore just a little bit more.
Okay.
We were because you were talking to me. I was saying like Mallory is kind of really spamming Slack. Like how do we dial this back, right? And so we got on the phone and we talked. And as we were talking, I'm like, hey, does Mallory have a notion of irony? Can Mallory do this? And JCran's like, I think so. Like, and he just immediately starts at me. He's like, find me all the ironic security vulnerabilities of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And what are those?
Yeah. I mean, it's a Fortinet and Ivanti and security vulnerabilities in security products. Like, it's ridiculous. Like all this attack surface that is self-induced, I guess.
Yeah.
For lack of a better term. And I mean, it's funny for sure.
And that's the thing, right? It's like these are the kinds of vulnerabilities. I'm like, oh, and this was eye-opening for me, right? It's like, oh, I can kind of define real loosely, like what's important to me, and like funny, ironic vulns are incredibly valuable to me, right? And it's like, and then we went through a couple iterations of it, right? Yeah. We were like dialing back. It's like, okay, well. That's more dramatic irony than like than like Alanis Morissette irony.
Well, HD kind of like put this grand challenge in front of us too. He's like, I want to know about CVEs before they're CVEs.
Yeah.
And I would like to be able to get that information as fast as possible. And so like, to get that, where do you have to go? You have to go to like the GitHub issues, and you have to go to the mailing lists, and you have to read that and in real time be able to understand. Okay, is this likely to be an actual vulnerability? Doesn't have a name yet. You need a So when we were here last year, it was May, and I was just getting it off the ground and really starting to figure out what it was. And I would have told you, in a month we'll have entity resolution solved, and we'll have all these core underlying fundamental problems solved. And you need entity resolution because without a CVE, what do you do? Like, is that vulnerability the same vulnerability? Well, how do you know?
Right.
You don't have the source.
The whole point of CVE.
Yeah. And so, yes. There are some like real challenges in that problem. It's not just scrape it off the internet and make sense of it. But I thank you guys for sort of having these like, hey, try this, which forces a whole bunch of kind of, I think we can probably do that.
Yeah.
But then you realize actually there's a hard problem there.
Yeah. So one of the reasons it became a hard problem is that as of 2026 and kind of leading into it, you've got really three factors. You've got a huge number of new vulnerabilities getting added.
Yeah.
You have limited enrichment happening from MVD.
Yeah.
So tons of work, no enrichment. You're just getting a giant pile of stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have people with LLMs generating fake exploits all day long that are all garbage.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you look for you can ask an LLM, build me an exploit for ABC. It'll say, I built that exploit, but it's actually for an older vulnerability or a different bug or even an unpatched bug.
Yes.
And so if you're just scraping, Twitter, LinkedIn, things like that, half the stuff you run across these days is either bare, like there's no metadata on it whatsoever, or it's wrong. And it's literally like a malicious exploit hiding inside of a POC.
Yep.
So if you're doing, threat intel the traditional way, like good luck without doing something like this.
Yeah. One kind of fun project was, let's for every exploit that we have in a system, let's go ahead and analyze it. Let's run it through a processor, which has a set of questions like, what does this require, and what does it provide, right? Which is kind of a forcing function to figure out, okay, is this really an exploitable thing? And what do you get? Is it a priv-ask or is it, an RCE, a remote RCE? And and then labeling things with, it's just a scanner, it's not an actual exploit, there is no payload. Being able to kind of extract all that out, and now you can kind of see, okay, well, actually, this vulnerability, which we would traditionally think is very highly prioritized, there's no real payload for it, or it's just a DOS. Yes, it may be a problem, but not as big of a problem as it may seem on the whole RCE.
RCE being remote code execution.
There we go. And so, it's been a fun journey. And you're right. We had to go solve that problem of automatic CPE generation, and you can set up a monitor now for trending vulnerabilities or trending ironic vulnerabilities, which is really cool.
Yeah.
And you can click on them and you can see, okay, it's in this, and because we route all that data into that entity, and that entity can have many names. You can then enrich across that and say, okay, well, what does this require? What does it provide? And so you have this always kind of continuously updated view of what's happening in the world, both at the story level, but also at the individual entity level. And finally, I feel like I can keep up. Asked me a year ago, I'm like,
Well, and that's exactly it, right? If you're trying to do this kind of day-to-day vuln and threat intel in the traditional way, it is impossible. Impossible.
I would say it's impossible.
Because it is like the stat that Jerry Gamblin, he started us all off this morning. I think it was on my first talk. He said there are, as of today, averages over the last 2 weeks, 163 CVEs are issued in a day.
Yeah.
Now, 90 of those are in some WordPress plugin garbage, right? So you can throw out all those, right? But it's like, you're left with 50-ish, right? And how many can you analyze in an hour with your dumb eyeball made of meat and goo? That is impossible. It is so hard, right? Now here's a question I have for you. How many do you think, this is not a riddle, I don't have the actual answer, but how many do you think there are of the following? LLM invented software, right? End-to-end, OpenClaw, stuff.
Yeah.
Has a vulnerability, and LLM has now written an exploit for that vulnerability, and the exploit is garbage, and also the original software doesn't work. And how much of that kind of trash do we have to machete our way through to get back to real threat intel? And does Mallory notice that kind of thing?
Yeah, I guess what you're describing, I think, is the intense amount of software that's being created.
Yeah.
Some of which is slop, some of which is my theory on this is you're going to have,
and not even necessarily slop, but software that is made without regard for security, right? That have one of the vulnerabilities that I see all the time in LLM generated AI. Sorry, I keep talking. Are static keys, right? Static API keys, right? Because then with a fully agentic, pipeline, you'd be like, okay, so I got to create an API key. Cool, I created it. Now I'm going to write my software that uses that API key. Congrats, now you have a static API key.
It works. Yeah, it works. Ship it. There's tons and tons of this stuff, and we're going to see more and more and more of it. I think tracking that is going to be, kind of up and to the right. What do you do about that? Ultimately, you need to put controls around AI in your business, and you need to ensure that you can ship fast, right? It's the same problems we've had. It's just like on a massive scale, right? Like, yeah, it really is. I don't know. That doesn't answer the question, but like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's the cheat code though. So when you look at the stream of CVEs coming in, and then you look at other data sources like GitHub security advisories, there are far more GitHub security advisories than CVEs, like by far.
Because the funnel is much wider at the top.
Yeah. But most of them should have gotten a CVE. They just don't. So you've got this massive list of vulnerabilities coming from GitHub security advisories. Like a good example recently, didn't get really a security mention. It was a Go SAML2 library. So vulnerability in this library lets you log out without a credential. Never got a CVE, was barely referenced as security whatsoever. There was a GitHub security advisory for it, but it never went anywhere. No one ever did the second step of requesting a CVE or taking it further.
A lot of that, yes.
So one of the challenges is, if you're concerned about defending your environment, there's a ton of vulnerabilities that you need to care about that literally don't have CVEs. So if you have a vendor and everything you see in the vendor is driven by CVE, you're missing at least half.
Completely agree. And the problem with that has always been like my scanner doesn't find it, so how can I care, right? We had to get past that, and I think runZero has kind of helped us get past that because strong fingerprinting, identification of versions, being able to map those things. So I think we're at a point in 2026 where it's possible to sort of pay attention to those things. Whereas in the past, like you just, even if you collected that information and had the vulnerability intelligence, you couldn't really action it or put it to use.
Yeah. Kind of our epiphany here was like, you don't need to do a deep version check for software if it's on day one of the vulnerability being present, because no one's patched yet. Almost by definition. So, if there's a new vulnerability in some new XYZ product, just look for instances of that product and you're 90% there, of the way there. Yeah. And 2 weeks later, maybe get a version by then. But for day one, it just matters. Finding the technology is more important.
Yeah, and if you have to go further, if it's like that widespread, an exploit, right? Like, or a check, right? Yeah. I mean, I think, it's a challenge.
Question for you then. Yeah. So a lot of vendors are auto-generating advisories on their websites for knowledge bases using LLMs without really doing any other work. Now I'll pick on one. So Wiz is very good at taking a CVE, auto-generating an article about it with no context. At the very bottom it says it was AI generated. But if you search for that CVE on the internet saying like, how can I find more information? You're running across someone else's slop entry. And granted, Wiz doesn't need to check for that vulnerability. Their product has nothing to do with that vuln, right? They just add that to the public knowledge base.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel about public databases being created by LLMs that are, arguably slop?
Well, there's a lot of it, both at the news level and also at the individual kind of vulnerability or entity level. I mean, listen, it's a fact of life. What else it's become a fact of life, I suppose. The way to deal with that is not to say, like, don't do that or don't ingest it at all. I think you just have to, you should ingest everything as long as there is some value in it and make sense of it with, citations and page rank for security stuff, right? Do people actually trust this? Are other people citing this? That's a really good signal of whether that's information that you should care about or not. So that's kind of how we approach that problem. But you're right. I mean, and I don't see that going away. I mean, it is slop. Yeah.
Well, did we do it? Did we do threat intel is giving
I hope we keep doing it. Yeah.
I do think we have a slight edge. I mean, I've been talking to a bunch of people today about like the imbalance between offense and defense and how defense is kind of a child of offense. This is something Casey likes to talk about a lot. I still think defenders have a bit of an edge, especially on like the triage side.
You might be alone in that. Honestly, I've asked a bunch of people and like they are attacker.
Yeah. Well, all right. That's fine. We are gonna wrap this up. Thank you so much, Jay Cran. Maybe I'll see you in Austin someday.
Yeah. Where we live. Yeah.
I mean, I've got a thing tomorrow in Austin on Thursday. It's Thursday tomorrow. Okay. So if you want to come. And I think we're going to bang out of here. We're going to come back for a quick wrap with me and Rob King, and I will debrief. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, and we will be right back with final thoughts. Hey, everybody, we're back again for the final countdown? No, that's a whole... And so this has been a day of runZero. It says so right here. And, Rob, thank you so much for all the behind-the-scenes stuff you've been doing today. But this has been a whirlwind.
It has. Todd, you covered, the impact of AI on security. CVEs everywhere, raining from the sky. Threat intelligence. You talked about project discovery. What did you learn today? What did you learn as a security practitioner?
What did I learn?
Yeah.
I learned that I could stream for 5.5 hours in a row.
Lesson. Yeah. All right. Okay. We know exactly how much you can do.
Right. No, I think so. I have even this week, I would say over the last month, but this week and then today, I have been doubling my acceptance. I'm finally accepting that, okay, we really, really can't put this genie back in the bottle.
Yeah.
We must use this thing that we call AI, even though AI is not real. But it is, LLMs are real, ML is real, stats are real.
Yeah.
And so we can use all of that to our advantage as defenders, and if we don't worry, the attackers will make us.
Math is the math is math.
The math is math. And I think that honestly, it is. My heart did grow 3 sizes.
3
today
sizes, excellent.
Because it is all the people that make this bizarro industry what it is, right? I had a really good time talking with all the journalists.
That was beautiful.
Secretly my favorite journalist, real or fictional, Edison Carter, Network 23. This is the from the Max Headroom TV series, right? This was an early archetype that I glommed onto. I thought briefly that I was going to be a journalist. Today I got to play journalist.
This is journalism.
This is literally journalism.
And we need to get you the Max Headroom rotating box background. I think it would look very good on you. But that is true. This is fundamentally a human industry. It's a small industry too. We kind of all know each other.
The last talk that we did here was me, Jay Cran, and HD.
Yeah.
We have been working together for slightly less time than you and I.
I was going to say, I was together. You were mine first, Todd. But
right? Yes, exactly. You were my first love in Austin.
And we had so many guests, we had so many topics to cover, and it's kind of a microcosm of RSAC.
Thank you for the C. The C is
we have
important.
To make sure it's there. It condensed down here in beautiful San Francisco, next to the Moscone Center. That way, I don't know. So. And do we have any more guests today? Do you know?
I don't think so. I think we're all wrapped up. The card says wrapped up.
Oh, it says wrapped up. Okay, so maybe there's a... Wait, I do. I see one more guest.
What?
Yes. Who could it be? It's Zeddy the Yeti!
Hey! Fan favorite.
Thank you, Zeddy the Yeti! Zeddy is really the best possible thing I've ever seen out of Run. Our product is great and all, but the
product is cool.
Yeah,
mascot better.
Mascot is better.
Thank you, Zeddy. And it's my birthday. No, it's not. It's not my birthday. It's my birth month, though.
It is your birth month. Yes. What's your mother's name again? I forgot.
Oh, it's. So I have an answer for that. It is not safe for work. Mainly because all of my secret answers are things that I expect to one day tell a support operator.
Oh, good. Okay.
To much embarrassment of everyone.
Which is appropriate and cool.
Yes. So well, hey, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you, Zeddy, for swinging by. What did you learn today? Oh, mute Yeti. Yes? Yeah, exactly. That is insightful. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
I couldn't have said it better.
Absolutely not. Thank you, Internet. I have been and always will be your pal from the Internet, Todd. Thank you, Rob. And thank you, Zeddy. And thank you, crew back here.
Thank you, everybody behind the camera. There's a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
So
feel free to make some noise. I mean, this is
Yeah.
it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And we will catch you next time. Rob and I will be on runZero Hour.
Yep.
Feel free to check in on that on
1/6
April
of that.
15th.
That's right.
And that's it. And sayonara, good luck, Godspeed, all of that.